And when you're ready, you can just get your body comfortable, whether you're sitting up or laying down. Or is that sitting down and laying up? And if you wish, you can close your eyes. That always helps to just let go of any of the outer focus. And we want to bring our attention up to that place we call the seat of the soul, the spiritual eye. This place here that's above the eyebrows, towards the top, truly back more in the center of the head. This is the doorway. Often what Rumi and all the other teachers talked about, where the door is open, the door is round, and therein we enter. And it's the place from which the soul enters and leaves this physical body. So we want to focus here, because this is where our soul resides in this physical level. And so our focus truly is into the soul itself. So when we close our eyes and just draw our attention inwards and upwards to this place, we begin to attune ourselves. We begin to awaken and become more aware of that divine essence of who we are as that living, loving essence of God. For this is truly the source of our unconditional loving. And all we have to do is focus into it and come present in it, and just allowing ourselves to awaken. So just let everything relax and come still inside of you. If you have different thoughts going, things distracting you, that's okay. Just let it be. There's nothing to do with it. Don't try to stop doing anything. Rather, just continue focusing into this single point. Just naturally, as you allow yourself to relax into this focus, you'll find yourself automatically coming to that place of stillness and peace. And you'll know it, because as you come here, you'll start to experience that peace and relaxation moving from the top of your head and down through your body. You may feel it literally as pressures or sensations on your forehead, the top of your head, and moving down through your body. Maybe a little tingling, maybe a little warmth or coolness. But the most common way is to slight sensations or pressures. Just be aware, just observe. There's nothing to do with it. Just to be aware. And at the same time, you may begin to actually see the inner light through that inner vision, through the eye of the soul. Whether you see your own soul's inner light that may be golden white, or if you look upwards in this inner sky, you may become aware of that white light of the Holy Spirit, or most common, a purple light that appears as it's coming or going. For this purple light is always moving, because that action of the Holy Spirit is never stagnant, is always in motion, as loving is a movement. And all we have to do is get into that movement of loving, allowing it to envelop us, to surround us, to fill us. so that we experience more of the fullness of this loving. So just breathe it in. If you need to, take a couple deep breaths and just breathe in that light and that peace. Feel it filling you, becoming more and more aware. It may even energize you, or a sense of anticipation or joy, as you know that presence of God is truly filling you and that it's real. And just as you're feeling and watching, begin to listen as well. For this listening is a much deeper listening, is listening deeply within, seeking that true voice of God. For the Holy Spirit is that audible life stream of God speaking to us. We may hear it as a chant, such as the hue, for that is the frequency of God's loving. We may hear it as sounds of nature or musical instruments. Often the sound of the bell, for whom the bell tolls. We may hear it as a wind or running water, or maybe even an orchestra of many musical instruments playing the divine melodies of God's loving. For it is through the sound that we are guided and lifted back through the realms, through the astral, the causal, the mental, the etheric, and into our true home, into the soul realm, and even beyond, into the realms of spirit, in which we merge back into our oneness with God. So listen deeply. Even a high-pitched ringing is often found in the center of our head, for this is the high frequency, the vibration of the soul and God's loving. So just take in a deep breath and breathe in this light and sound of God's loving, again allowing it to fill you and move through you. It often is like a river that just washes over us, cleansing us, clearing away any disturbance or distractions, assisting us in fulfilling our karmic lessons and lifting that which can be released at this time, that which we can forgive and let go and give it up to God. So just let go and give everything to God right here and now, just allowing this light and sound of God's loving to carry it away. And just as that light and sound carries away all the illusions, the attachments, the karmas, so it as well lifts us and brings us home. So just surrender and allow God to do what God does with us, knowing that we're safe and secure, that truly we sit in God's hand, and God is taking care of everything as God brings us home through all these realms. we come back into the awakening in knowing the truth of who we are and our oneness with God. So you're welcome to keep receiving and watching and listening. And at any time you're ready, you may notice an upwards movement, an uplifting action, where this loving urges us to move forwards and upwards, to move towards God, our source of loving. So just begin to direct your loving towards God. See your own light, reach up to God's light. Listen and chant so that your own sound, that sacred frequency, and that vibration and sound of the hue, we can chant and sing this hue to bring ourselves into this frequency and to share our loving with God. So remember to give as well as receive. You can begin chanting and singing the hue out loud or silently within at any time during the rest of this meditation, as well as those that are initiated can chant and sing that sacred name within. So as we move into a silence now, just allow yourself to move back and forth between chanting and sharing your loving with God and becoming still and quiet, observing and receiving God's love for you, allowing this giving and receiving to awaken you and bring you into that oneness. And so now we'll move into the silence. So just begin to allow yourself to come on back, come in present at the seat of the soul. Just allow that loving to awaken you once again here in the physical body. But just keeping that door open, allowing that movement of loving and grace to move in you, around you, and through you, so that you live your life in this flow and according to God's will. And just allow it to bring you more present. Just gradually moving back in the body, moving or stretching if you need to. You can open your eyes if you like, or you can keep them closed. And just take a few more moments just to come more present.
Well, let me open up the microphone. So, there. For me, my life has always been about others. Since 5 years old, I started doing service with my mother when she came down with cancer. And it's just been an ongoing process since then, doing some kind of service with this or that or the other all the way through. And it was interesting in meditation. I was going through thoughts and feelings and beliefs that I've had that have tried to come up and move into my consciousness and take over in a way. And the one thing that God told me early on, that it's not about me, Jim. It's about others. It's about that which is being needed to serve the person, to bring them home to God. So when things would come into my mind, God told me, just remember, it's not about me, it's about others. And so I would just bring that up and say that to the energy that was trying to come in and kind of move into my consciousness about this or that or the other. And it was a very simple statement, just, it's not about me, so you may as well leave. Because the energy was all about me, me. I want my way. I want this. I want that. And once I said, it's not about me, the energy just dissipated. It dismissed, because there was nothing for them to hold on to in my consciousness to feed, to, get started in their growth. And it was very interesting. I never thought much about it till just now, a few minutes ago, because it was just became routine as a teenager, and I've done that all my life. It's not about me, and that's what my life has really been. It really is about others. It's about service. It's about assisting. It's about listening. It's about whatever it is in the moment. And I like that because it's kept my life very full, very active. very participatory in many ways, and it has kept me focused on the truth of what I'm here for. And I was very blessed in that I knew what I was here to do. And I never really understood it as a real small child, but I knew what it was that I was here to do, even though I had the words for it, but not the understanding. But in time, I began to understand more clearly. So, the one thing that uh, I've always realized more than anything else is that my life is a life of service, about caring, about listening, about understanding, and helping people to get understanding for themselves. And that's been pretty simple and easy in many ways because God's always right there to assist in that process. If I just do my part, God does God's part. And so that makes life a lot easier and simpler. So, the one thing I would say for you is find that which is your truth. That's my truth. It's not about me. Find out what that truth is for you and begin to use that more into your daily life and see what happens. I think you'll find it to be quite interesting to, excuse me, I think you'll find it quite interesting if you haven't already done so to see how you can transform things very quickly, very easily. I know some people have depression, some people have anxiety, some people have thoughts running through their heads, and they have challenges with all that. Find an answer, find a solution, and see if you can't begin to answer to those energies in a way that doesn't give them a home to rest inside of you. And for some of us, that's our nature for this lifetime. That's our karma that we need to deal with. But it's a strengthening process. It's a opening process, literally. It opens us up to really experiencing life at a different level and to begin to take hold of that, take responsibility, and to grow and not to just avoid, not to ignore, not to take action. Action is a big factor, even in meditation. It's taking action, taking responsibility for our thoughts, our feelings, our attitudes, and our focus. My focus has always been on God, and I'm very grateful for that. And it has not been an effort, it has been a blessing. If that's not the case for you, find out what has been your focus and see if you want to change that focus or see if that focus hasn't been fulfilled yet and you want to go ahead and do what you can to fulfill that focus. And it can make a big difference because a lot of times we're focused on something because of what other people told us about ourselves. I was actually across the street when I was 7, 8 years old and playing with some friends of mine over there. And I found out being around the family, the mother had a whole different idea of a little girl that was there than I would believe was the truth for her. And the little girl was just living into what her mom was telling her about herself. And so one day, Spirit came in and just said, give her 3 words. And I gave her those 3 words and told her, think about these 3 words. And if these 3 words are the truth of who you are. And Spirit said, tell her she's beautiful, tell her she's capable, and tell her she's brilliant. And so I gave her those 3 words, and she looked at me, and I wrote them down for her because I didn't know if she really understood them or heard me. So I wrote them down and gave them to her, and never really thought much about it for quite a while. And she never mentioned it. She never talked to me about it. But one day, I mean, when this happened, she was probably about 6 years old, something like that. When when we went to elementary school together, and when we finished elementary school, she was going to be going to a different school because her parents were moving. And she came over one day and she said, "I just want to thank you. You helped me to handle something inside of myself that I didn't even know was there to handle." And she said, "My mom always was put down by her father and still is to this day. My granddad just tells her terrible things about herself, and she believes it. She takes it in. And she's been trying to put those on me as well. And because of those three words you gave me to always focus on and to listen to inside, it has made an effort on my part to always hold to a truth inside me that I wasn't even aware of till you talked about these three words. And I just thank you because that's been my salvation. I do not believe what my mother tells me. I do not listen to it. I do not take it in. Where before I was, and I was really going down, not up in my life because of her anger, her hostility, and her meanness, really. And so she just thanked me very much. And um, I didn't really think much about it, but off she went, off I went. She moved and went off to a different middle school or junior high at that time, and and we never really saw each other for quite a while. And literally one one day, years after that, I mean years after that, I was working at the frame shop, and she came in to buy some art supplies that she needed, and she was working on a project. And so I walked over and I began, finding out what she needed. We talked a little bit, and she said, "I know your voice. I know that voice. Who are you?" And I said, "I'm Jim Gordon." And she said, "Oh my God." And she told me, did you live on Future Drive? And I said, "Yes." "Oh my God, yeah." And she told me her name, and I was shocked. I was literally shocked. I never thought I'd see her again. And she was at the university working on some projects, art projects, and needed supplies because she was from out of town. She had moved out of town apparently, and so she came in and bought a bunch of stuff. But we sat and we talked for the longest time, and it was funny because my boss, he was just pacing back and forth like, "You're wasting time, Jim. There's more to do. We need your help over here." But it seemed really important, and I just wanted to participate in the conversation. And she said she had to go, but let's get together for coffee or lunch sometime. And she gave me her number, and it was just wonderful connecting with her again and hearing some of the stories and what had happened. And she had really become quite a successful artist. And she knew that part of that was because of what I told her, that she was really beautiful and capable in so many ways. And she found a way to get past her mother's process, and it really helped her a lot. So that's the one thing that we each need to find out is, what is our truth? I found my truth when I was 5 years old, and I stuck to it to the very end. Even though sometimes other people questioned what I said was my truth, I continued to hold to it. And that's what we have to do. We have to find our truth. and live that truth. And meditation is one way to really connect into that and to hold to that within ourselves, even when the world outside is telling us that's foolish, that's a no, you can't do that, whatever. We have to find that truth and hold to it. And if we do, it'll make a huge difference in who we become. I know it was for me, and I know it was for others. The thing I was told when I was 5 is that I was to do service. I was to be of service in the world. And so that's what I always told people when they said, what are you going to be when you grow up? Well, I'm going to be of service. And it was interesting because nobody knew what to do with that. It wasn't a career, it was an action. And they said, well, that's good, whatever they would respond, and leave it alone. But then, as I was getting a little older, when I was like in middle school, people would say, oh, you're going to go into the military. And I went, what? No, I said I was going to be of service. And they said, well, yeah, service is the military. You're going to go and be in the service. And for quite a while, I had to fight within myself about how people were beginning to define things for me. And finally, I just called out to God and I said, I need a real complete answer inside of myself what that is service. And so God said, then look at it this way. You're going to minister to others. And so then I thought I was going to be a minister. And so did a lot of other people. And my focus was really on that right up to almost the last day of high school. And some events happened that helped me to see that that was not the minister that I was going to be doing. I was going to be doing something else. So I searched, and it took a long time to find just what all that was going to be. What was service, what was ministry, or minister. And it took a while, but I did find it. And it started at the age of 18 when I was asked to give a talk to some people about something that I was doing in my own life. And that kind of began the process that led to Inner Light Ministries and so on. But understanding more the whole idea of what service was for me and how I was going to be of service to others in the world didn't really unfold until in my 20s. And then I began to really understand this is service, this is my purpose, this is my reasoning for being here in the world. So find yours if you haven't already done so. And I say that now, I'm not concerned about your age, I'm concerned about your focus. I knew a man who used to come into the paint store and art store where I was working, and he was a nice guy. He had not had a lot of education where he grew up, and he didn't speak the greatest English all the time. He was raised in a Latin family, a Mexican family, and so he spoke more Mexican than English, but he could speak it very well and very clear, and he was very clear in his statements. But when he was 60, he came into the store one day and he looked at me while I was mixing some paint for him because he was a house painter. I was mixing some paint, and he looked at me and he says, "Well, I've done it." And I said, "Oh, what have you done? That sounds interesting." And he said, "I'm making a change in my life." And I said, "Well, that's good. It's always good to have change and to do things that you really want to do." And he says, "Well, I'm going to do it. I've painted houses so much, and I've just done it all my life, and listening to people tell me what color to use and what to do and don't do that." And he says, I'm quitting my job as painting. And he had a small painting company. He was the contractor. And he says, I'm quitting that job and I'm going to paint, but I'm going to be an artist. And I said, really? Okay. And I said, have you ever done anything like that before or trained? He says, no, but I painted something last night with some of the, the house paint that I have. I opened up a bunch of cans and just started painting and drawing with those paints. And I came up with something pretty good. And he said, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to paint and I'm going to be an artist and I'm going to make it. I'll be successful. And I said, well, I'll support you all the way if I can. I can't help you financially, but I can definitely help with supplies and understanding about things and what to do and not to do on canvas and everything if that's what you're going to do. So he did, but he never really came back a lot to buy anything there. He did his own art, he did his own thing, and then one day he came in and he wanted some frames. And so he brought some artwork in, and it was actually quite good, and I was surprised. And so we did some framing. He wanted cheaper frames, and so we did that, and it all looked real good. And he said, "Now I'm going to go over to a gallery and see if I can get them to sell them for me." And so I told him the lady's name that owned the gallery, and he went over there, and I called her ahead of time and told her a little bit of his story. I didn't say much about the work one way or the other. I wanted her to evaluate it. But he went in and he blew her away with everything, his story, why he was doing art, everything. He just blew her away. She called me and she said, I just love him. I just want to, keep him here and make it all work for him. His work's pretty good, and I think I can sell some things. I think he's got to get better if he wants to really be the professional that he says he is, but I think I can help him with that. And so, again, I didn't see him for quite a while until he came in to have some things done again. And he looked at me and he said he just thanked me so much for helping him to get where he wanted to go. And I said, I don't think I've helped you all that much. He said, no, you did. You believed in me when nobody else did. And that helped me keep going. And that's what I needed, is somebody in the world that would believe in me. I believed in myself, but I needed some kind of support or belief outside. And you giving me directions to the gallery and to this lady and all just really made a difference. So 3 months later, they called me, both of them together from her gallery, and said they were getting married. And it just floored me. I thought, whoa, that's amazing. And they did, they got married, and they were very, very happy. And he became a good artist. He really did. He was very popular in the San Antonio area, and actually a gallery in Dallas started carrying his work. And it was just fun to watch somebody who lived their whole life as a house painter become a true artist and be so happy in their life together, really. He and her were very happy together. So you never know. You're never too old to make changes, to grow into something new and do something different and find a different belief in yourself than you may have had before. I don't know if this will relate to anybody out there, and it may just be for one, but that's what was present for me today and my meditation. And I've just always done that very much. I've always looked to find and hold to my truth and not take on other people's truths as mine. And that's why ILM is so simple and so easy in a sense compared to a lot of different groups out there because I have kept it simple and focused on my service and doing service with others. So find that for yourself and live into that for yourself. And I think you'll find a greater happiness and purpose in all that you're doing. Okay. That's my service.
That was an inspirational talk.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of fun. I mean, he was really quite a character. Actually, he would be talking to me and then he'd slip into Spanish and just talk about something in Spanish. And I'm standing there almost shaking my head like I don't understand. And he'd look at me and then he'd go, oh, I'm sorry. Because he just went back and forth all the time in his conversations. So,
Well, all right. So, well, I'm in a little different process today. So many times during the meditation that the door opens and it just gets clear. But it's been interesting because literally the last 2 mornings in my meditation, I've been falling asleep. I'll listen to a talk and start chanting. I've been falling asleep within half an hour, like instead of going a couple hours like I normally do. And there's this weight I'm feeling. So even right now, I'm so used to the door opening, and then there's this knowing and flow that comes. Where today I feel the weight of whatever that is. It's like trying to keep me asleep, and it's like a pressure against that door inside of me that I'm so used to opening the spiritual door, the spiritual eye. And when I do, the purple light's there. I feel the movement of spirit. And then when I do sharings like this, there's just an inner knowing of what to share, and it just flows. And today it's very different for me because of that pressure. I keep looking inside and I keep seeing that pressure. The door opened, but then there's this pressure on it, like putting a lid on there. So I'm not sure how it's going to come out today, other than maybe I'll talk about what that is for me, because at times things do show up like this from time to time, where I find there may be certain events, certain situations going on, whether it's in myself or with other people I'm being of service with and counseling, or in the world at large. It's often other people, as Jim learned, it's not about you. So I've taken that to heart, because in doing the service, it often isn't about me or Jim. And I've said this before, since I started stepping into this action of spiritual service with Jim like this. I've always said I've learned now, over the last 25 years of doing this, 10% of my life is for me, 90% really for everybody else and about everybody else. So whatever these things are that place a pressure on us, that many of us will feel at times, that we may feel it as an outer source, something that we go into reaction with, is often how I have felt it. Because I know for myself, when I felt some outer stimulus put on me or push on me, and I'd be triggered and find myself go into reaction with that, that reaction is usually would come from within me and start to put an internal pressure, like close that door to spirit out of my own reactions. And so then I've learned over the years, as we share in an ILM, not only the chanting and the meditation with the sacred name that opens the door, as we do, but also the loving, accepting, forgiveness work we do, the LAF, or the inner work, where we begin to do self-study and look at and learn from our internal processes. What are the voices we're following? What are we telling ourselves? Just like you shared today. I mean, that's pretty wonderful. We all grow up and have these things told to us It doesn't matter if it's parents or siblings or friends or teachers, whatever in the world around us. There's this weight that everybody lives here. I like to just say karma's like gravity. It's always pulling us down. And so I found that these karmas or these weights that we all live under that put pressure on us, that close that door to spirit. So we live focused down and out, caught up in, attached to the world, and believe these things that we're told that often we'll call negative in nature, or in some way we look at as a downgrading or putting down literally in that way, or a suppression in ways. And as we know and hear, a lot of what part of what we do in the self-study, taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reaction, and practicing LAF is to be able to open ourselves back up so that we can really live more in that flow of spirit and live the loving that we are. But in that process, there's learning that we go through. So if we've been told certain things, and I can only imagine what the example you gave, to even have those words, you're beautiful, you're capable, and you're brilliant. I mean, those are obviously three powerful words that I'm sure completely probably contradict or counteract what she was probably told. And there's a talk actually you did, I remember, called Rewriting Inner Scripts.
Oh,
And it was about literally taking situations like that for any of us where we can do an exercise of any words, belief systems, things that we've grown up with that we have believed into, to believe ourselves to be in that suppressive, negative way that has kept us, I like to say, under the thumb, right? Where we have felt suppressed or held back in our lives. Well, those are what I call the outer sources of pressure. So I talked about the inner reactions that I'm aware that push against this door and close it inside of me. Well, then there's the outer pressures that push against us that can close the door from the other side, right? But here's the difference. Those don't really close the door on us. They put a pressure on us that feels like it's trying to close the door. Like right now, here I am talking in a flow. I just said, I don't know how it's going to go today because I feel this outer pressure pushing on me, trying to close the spiritual door. So there's not the flow or the knowing of the words, but yet I'm finding myself talking with the words and talking very clearly about specific things. So I have found that when there's the outer pressures, that I can choose inside of myself to respond or to react to them or not. And in this case, I'm very well aware of that pressure, but inside of me, I'm not reacting to that pressure. In the past, I would react to it like, oh my God, what's wrong? And I'd always make it about me. It's like, what did I do? What's going on? What am I in reaction with, right? How many of us do that? If you've been around here a while and hearing all these things and talking about things, how many times have you made it about yourself? That's why I loved what you said. It's not about me. A lot of the things that we go into reaction with are not about us. It's these outer sources, these outer stimulants. But what do we do with that? See, if we go into reaction with these outer forces, suppressions, stimulants, triggers, whatever you want to call it, if we go into reaction with that, we're the ones closing the door from within. That's the only way the door can actually close, is if we react to it. So in other words, if people say things around us, just like the example you gave, whether it's a parent or anything, the world, especially right now with all the political things going on, yeah, there's a lot of forces and pressures and opinions, and people's beliefs are coming out, in a fury often. And there's a lot of pressure and reaction. But we all have a choice of what we do with that internally. Are we going to allow ourselves to react to what's going on out here? And then in that reaction, we close the door within ourselves to God. And that's really the simplicity of how we can either live a life of loving or not. It's a matter of opening the door, or do we react and close the door? And here's the other thing. I found that if I react to the outer stimulus and close that door, I find myself then being the victim. And what do victims do? I will hear myself complaining, judging, comparing, making the others wrong, the things wrong. In all my reaction, I find I've got all these inner voices that place blame and complain about whatever that is I interpreted out here as that which it was being done to me. Look at what's being done to me. Got it? But it's my reaction to that did it to me. Because I find if I don't go into reaction, in other words, when I have and see and I'm aware of the outer pressures, like today, but I'm not in reaction with it. So I've kept the door open, so I'm in that flow of loving. But the other times I don't do that, where I've gone into reaction, I've been aware when I do that, how it closes that, and then I find myself in the pain, the suffering, blaming, complaining. So that's the other part of self-study. We talk about this pathway as a threefold path: meditation, self-study, and service. Well, at self-study, another word we could use is self-awareness. It's paying attention to, studying or becoming aware, observing what we're doing within ourselves. How are we responding to these pressures? How are we reacting to it? Are we not? Are we able to stay open and just observe what's going on without reacting to it? And what is our inner dialogue? What is the script we've written or grew up with that we are given in this case like that? Do we react, complain, and blame? Do we go into judgment? If you find yourself doing that, that's where we not only give our power away, but that's where we're closing the door to spirit inside of us. Those are the indicators, in other words. Just like in meditation, what do we talk about? Well, when you look in and up and open up to spirit, well, what are the signposts of that? Well, yeah, the purple light, the golden white light, so the inner light, the inner sounds, and also what? Peace and stillness. Peace, be still. There'll be more of a relaxation, that inner quiet. We'll find ourselves in more of a neutral place, not reacting. We'll be in that peace, contentment, more of an inner comfort, a joy. I often experience it as a quiet joy. And then at times it comes forward very enthusiastically, and there's a lot of laughter and movement and action. So those are the signposts of living in the flow of spirit. So we just have to pay attention, self-awareness, self-study, to how are we responding, how are we reacting, or how are we acting? To give us an idea, are we living in the flow and living in those uplifting, I don't even want to say belief systems, but if it takes making a positive belief system to help uplift us, just like saying, hey, I'm beautiful, I'm capable, I'm brilliant, that's a wonderful affirmation. That's why affirmations can be very powerful. In ILM, in our LAF workbook, we often call them statements of truth. I am beautiful, I am brilliant, I'm capable, I am loving, I am forgiving, I am accepting, I'm enthusiastic, I'm joyful, right? We can use whatever words we need to counter that negative and turn it into a positive, but then there's the repetition of that so that it maybe in the beginning becomes a new belief system, but that's a good belief system of rewriting inner script or reprogramming ourselves in a more positive, uplifting way. And what a nice way to live life. And the more we do that, what does it do? It helps to open that door inside of us so that we can now live directly in alignment, in attunement, in flow with that living, loving spirit of who we are. And that's obviously what we're wanting to do here. Another way of saying that is living this path or walking this path of soul liberation. To liberate our souls, We need to begin to free ourselves of those damning or condemning pressures of the world that are always put on us and coming at us, even unconsciously, suppressing us, oppressing us. That's where the inner work is, and taking responsibility. It's not about overcoming these things. It's literally about getting free of these things so that they don't have the effect or impact on us because of the different choices we make by taking responsibility and choosing to let all that go so it has no power over us, and instead choose to live by these other affirmations, the positive things. And like I like to say, whatever opens that inner door so we live in the loving. Doesn't matter to me what words you use, if you do affirmations or not. To me, it's like, well, what opens the door and keeps that door open so you live in the flow of loving? That's what I found is the most important thing. One of the easiest things to do is go inside and chant with the names you give in initiation, or just a hue or on a hue. That opens the door right there. That's not an affirmation. That's literally a sacred name of God that opens the door and brings us into the flow of loving. Anahu literally means and translates into I am God. So if you want to say I am God, Anahu, that's a wonderful affirmation. But it's actually a name that has a frequency of God's loving, that as we repeat it like an affirmation, but it's more of a mantra that opens us to that flow. And we can do the same through these affirmations, through positive self-talk, through rewriting that inner script, letting go of the negative, suppressing things, and now replacing it with the positive, uplifting things to bring us into not only a positive belief in ourselves, which obviously is tremendous to live a more joyful, fulfilled life, but then to even go beyond that and into really the greater action of the spiritual liberation and awakening that we speak of here in ILM. So we can take these things, turn them into positives to live a good life, just to live a good life physically, which is what we all want anyway. That's what most of the questions are about, right? When we do our Q&As, we're all seeking to live more of a joyful, happy, fulfilling life in everything we do and experience. That's what we all want. And those are often, not always, but often indicators that we're living a life more spiritful, graceful, grateful, full of loving and joy. But we need to take the actions, responsibility for that. So pay attention to what voices you're living. Are you living those negative voices that are suppressing, and you find yourself always complaining, always judging? That's no fun. We all know how that is. If we hear ourselves or others doing that, it's a downer, right? No fun. Nobody can handle being around that very long, let alone if we're the one doing it. Get sick and tired of it after a while. At least I know I do. When I start complaining and I'm in reaction, I get tired of it. So I'm like, all right, enough of that. It's time to now move off of that and now move on to more that joyful, uplifting action. And so these are the simple ways to do it. This is all I do. Literally simplified so much over all the years. Besides the meditation and using the LAF to let go of things, the other thing is what we're talking about today, that most of the time I'll use the sacred name to open the door like a positive affirmation, and other times I'll use it as like affirmations to help rewrite that positive belief in myself. Whatever it takes, in other words, to create that inner upliftment. And to me, ultimately, it always comes to opening the door so I experience myself in connection and flow with that loving. But that's up to each of us to decide, to choose for ourselves. As Jim was sharing today, there's the choices we make. What's important to us? What are those words that we can utilize, whether it's beautiful, capable, and brilliant, or whatever it is, to really boost our spirits, but ultimately to really open up to that movement of loving and that flow of our soul with the Holy Spirit. And that's where we always encourage everybody to experiment, to try things out. Just don't take it at face value. Don't just take our word for it, but do it. Take action. We want everybody here that listens to take what we say and apply it so you have your own experience and transform your own life, just like this girl did when she was 6 years old, and it transformed her whole life from that point forward. Because she did something with it, not just because Jim shared this with her, but she took what Jim shared with her and did something with it. And that's the big thing. We would love it if everyone listening here would take that and now do it for yourself. So that way you don't have to say, well, Brian or Jim said, but rather you can say, well, this is my experience because this is what I've done. And if all it took was something we said to ignite that in you, then fantastic. That's the service. So it's up to you what you want to do with it. Me, just like today, I told you this pressure, that pressure is getting lighter. I still feel a little bit, but it's a lot lighter because I didn't react to it. So I didn't shut down inside of myself just because that pressure's there. In other words, I didn't allow it to shut me down. So I'm the one with the power, whether I allow or don't allow. And that's the power we all have. And we have the freedom to make those choices. We just have to understand how that works, pay attention, have some level of awareness, be willing to observe, or I like to say to look and to listen, to learn what's going on. It's another way of saying just becoming more aware. And then in that awareness, what choices do we want to make? Do we want to support, love, and uplift ourselves? Or do we want to react and go into the condemnation and become part of the world that is depressing and suppressing? This stuff's actually pretty simple, but it does take an effort. It does take an action. Where gravity point is down, it's easier just to, in a sense, give in to the gravity and let it suppress us. The funny thing is, it takes a little effort in the beginning, but when we make the effort and it opens the door, I find now Holy Spirit comes in and then lifts me. When that happens, that's way easier than surrendering to the pressures of the world. That's the funny thing. Every single time I have found when these pressures build up, it seems easier just to say, I give up. Literally, I give up like it's hopeless and just give in to it and then live a life of hopelessness. That always seems like it's easier because those pressures actually I found tend to make me believe it's just easier to do that. I don't have the energy. It takes too much energy, too much work to meditate and do all this positive affirmation stuff. And sometimes I give into that, but usually only lasts a few minutes if I do, because I know at this point, like, oh man, this is miserable. I don't like feeling this way. So when it happens, I just literally take the time and just wherever I'm at, just close my eyes, do the inner process, go lay down if I need, take a few minutes, take an hour, whatever it is to begin to move that inside of myself, to bring myself back into that upwards flow. So it takes that little effort in the beginning to open that door, especially when that pressure is really trying to keep it closed, like somebody pushing on the other side of the door. But I found that is never stronger than my own inner strength. That inner light, that inner loving we all have is a divine spark of God's loving who we are, is the most powerful thing through all of creation. Nothing can fully suppress that. We can allow things to temporarily, seemingly appear to suppress it, but it never truly shuts the light out. Never truly. Cannot. That light will always exist, is always more powerful than anything in this physical creation. It's just a matter if we choose to live that, to activate it, to participate with that, instead of just give up on it. But it never goes away. It's always present because it's who we are. Maybe that's the good and the bad news. You can't get away from who you are. So you get with what you choose, whether you choose to give in and live the hopelessness, which is depressing and miserable, which creates what? Suffering and pain. Or whether we choose to take a little bit of time and do some inner work to really let go of all those energies so we can open that door to spirit. And here's the cool thing. When we really do the work, in other words, another way we say this here is when we do our part, God comes in and does God's part, right? God's always present with each and every soul, everywhere, all the time. Just waiting for when we do our part to open up and invite God in. And that's all we're doing, is opening and inviting God in. And if you've done this long enough, it's easy. All you got to do is look up. As soon as you look up, doors open and there's God. Boom. Just like that. But if we haven't done enough work and it's not that easy, well, that's where the inner work, doing the LAF, practicing forgiveness, self-forgiveness, self-acceptance, self-love, working the affirmations, utilizing tools like the Laugh Workbook, doing the forgiveness meditations, doing these things. Just a little bit of time and effort, that door opens up, and boy, when it comes in, we just feel that peace and joy. We feel better, we feel uplifted, and the cool thing is, when we do it, it transforms our lives. Things actually start to get better. A lot of those hardships we find ourselves in start to move away, sometimes very quickly and instantly, and other times it's a gradual process. But that doesn't make it bad. I found in the gradual changes, that's where a lot of the learning of the karmas that we're walking through get fulfilled. And it's important for us to have that learning, and it only can take place through a gradualness so that we come into a greater understanding and awareness of what it all is. And the things that go instantly, it's because we've already done the gradualness and we learned what we needed, so the instantaneous release is because it was already fulfilled. And now it can just be let go of. And all we have to do is let go of it. That's a nice thing. We always talk about let go, let God, and we maybe on a daily basis, each of us is surrendering and letting go of all these things to giving them up to God. And maybe a lot of us find things don't seem to go. And once in a while, maybe things do go. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The things that go is because they're ready. We've learned what we needed to from the energies as well as the circumstances and situations that were in our lives to support that energy. It's always tied, inner and outer ties together. I found once I've learned a lesson, the energy holding in my consciousness, creating a pressure, when I've learned from it, that pressure releases, and then the outer circumstances that were associated with that change. There's no more needed an outer reflection of this energy to learn what that karma was about. But if that energy is still there and that karma is still creating that pressure, well, then the circumstances are still going to be in our lives as an outer reflective process to help us learn whatever that is. Not only the physical situations, circumstances, people, all of that, but then our thoughts, our beliefs, our feelings, our emotions, the fantasies we hold, everything that goes on, both positive and negative, with any situations. That's all there holistically to support every level of learning by walking through our experience, again, holistically or multidimensionally. These are multi-level, from the unconscious to the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body. It can be one lesson, but on all these levels, including the physical circumstances that will stimulate that karmic lesson or learning on all these other levels and dimensions, okay? And here's the real big reason why meditation is the most important. Because without that flow of the grace of the Holy Spirit coming out of the spiritual realms, that is truly the only thing that can heal, that can release, that can lift, that can transform, that can clear and dissolve all of these karmic things that would hold the soul in bondage here in this physical creation. We can do all this other work that we want. We can become very brilliant, very aware, very self-aware, very metaphysical, very psychically aware through all these other levels, right on up into that etheric realm of the unconscious. But that's the ceiling. We're not able to go into the soul realm and the spiritual realms where true freedom and liberation is. That's free of all the negative or darkness. That's just pure light and loving. We can't do that of ourselves. And this is the hard one for the ego. The ego is always trying to make it about me, 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 instead of it's not about me. When it's about God, it's not about me. When it's about the ego, it's all me, me, me. I'm going to do it. I'm going to liberate myself. I'm going to, see, it's I, me, me. And that's what we can do. I'm going to overcome this. So we'll do and push our way through all these levels, get up into that etheric realm where we've now risen above, we've overcome all these things, but yet here we still are in the darkness. Maybe we're above the mind chatter and all the emotional reactions and the, fantasies and the physical experiences, and actually in a peaceful place, but yet we're still in the darkness. We're still not free of it. See, at some point, the ego, that self here, the ego self, most of us call that the I am. That's why it's so important to say the I am that I am, so that we truly reference the God essence, the soul, and God directly. I always like to say the soul in communion with God. It's a cooperative effort. It's a communal effort. It's oneness. But the ego, for the full oneness and communion with the soul with God and the soul to truly go beyond the etheric, the ego has to surrender and give up. And that is one of the hardest things for the ego to do, is to let go of control. You guys know it in the LAF workbook. First 3 questions say, what are you trying to protect, defend, or control? And the ego, that's the hardest thing to do, is to let go of that control, because it's ever trying to protect and defend all of itself, what it believes and thinks it's itself, the positive and the negative. The ego will fight for even the negative because it believes itself. That's all the negative self-talk and what we talked about, what we'll take on from the world and the people around us. And why that reprogramming through positive affirmations is so important. But even the positive affirmations will only bring us up to a very wonderful place, but it doesn't liberate the soul. It doesn't bring us all the way home. We have to fully surrender and give up to God. Because as we do, then the ego in fully letting go, then God's loving, the Holy Spirit can literally come in and lift us up. And that's where God meets us at our point of action. It is only truly God that can do the lifting and the liberating. So eventually, we're going to have to surrender to God. You want to do it now? You want to do it later? The choice is yours. Okay. Well, all right then. So, wow. I guess we both did a little shorter talks today,
Yeah,
about
I
half
guess
an
so.
hour each. So we have a little time. My little favorite thing lately I love doing.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to do a little meditation to just kind of wrap up the sharings here, and then we'll take our break after?
Okay.
We've been doing that lately. We're aware that often when we just move into break, we'll often feel a little tired or something afterwards. We find that when we do a little meditation at the end of our sharings, it helps to complete and let go and lift whatever has been released or moved for all of us here during the meditation and sharings we just did. And that way, when we take a break, it's a lot lighter, and easier. And then that way we come back really fresh and ready to go for the Q&A portion. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I always like it when Jim does these.
So just close your eyes and bring yourself to your center point at the spiritual door. Just letting go of anything of the outer that might be tugging on you. Just begin to focus on the loving that is inside you, that loving that is your soul, the soul light, the soul action, the soul loving. And just call that loving forward on yourself and begin to place it anywhere in your body that you might find discomfort, disturbance. It may be an arthritic knee. It may be a stomach that's really churning and turning because you're so caught up in something right now. Just place the loving in any place in your body, and maybe many places in your body, just to bring a loving to it. And let that loving bring some quiet to it. And just feel that loving transforming those areas. And as the loving begins to take anchor in the situation, just let it begin to grow. Let it grow and grow and grow until your whole body is filled with this loving. And for the ability to have the loving remain in this way, put the loving into action, because loving is an action. So put this loving in action with others around you in your life, your family, friends, boss, whoever. Just send forth that loving to others. And know that when you send forth loving, whether it's to others or to God or whoever, there's always a response. There's always a movement coming back to you, and that's a response of loving. So just be open to receive that loving response. And now do the same action with God. Send forth loving with God and be open to receive God's loving. And if you find yourself in a storm, a disturbance, a bother of things, just do this action of loving with yourself, with others, and with God. And let the loving be the action upon which you move. And it'll answer a great deal and quiet down a great deal of disturbance. And it even can bring understanding and clarity and solution. Everything was created out of God's loving, and we are a part of that action. It's just to stay in alignment with that loving action that can make all the difference. So when you're ready, if you want to begin focusing once again outward, and we'll move forward. And what's next?
Are we
Okay.
ready for Q&A? Is everybody
Yes.
back? Everybody ready?
I think so.
Ready, set?
Go. Aloha. Aloha. It's so nice to see you all. Thank you for having these classes.
Hola.
Aloha. Yeah, you could say hola with aloha.
That's right.
All right, first dream. I was living in an apartment really high up in a building.
That's nice.
Felt
Yep, it's going to be one of those.
Okie dokie. Felt like less than half, but over 30 stories easily, it seemed, though 40 seemed a stretch. I don't know. I don't want to get mental with these numbers, but they have a bit of a feeling to them. I wonder if 40 can be like the 40 in 40 days and 40 nights. Did Jim once explain that length of time actually is a poetic way of saying for as long as it takes? Question mark.
Good memory.
Yeah, you did say that in one of
Yeah.
your talks.
The apartment was overlooking a beautiful bay, and looking out the window, I could see beaches, palm trees, activity on the bay, and off to the left, a replica of the Golden Gate Bridge connecting to Waikiki, which was across the bay. I grew up in Waikiki until the age of 8, and my dad grew up in San Francisco and lives there now. So maybe that had something to do with my dreamscape. I thought it looked like a lot like Adventure Bay from the children's television show Paw Patrol. It kind of had a feeling like that too, bright and cartoony, happy. I was laying in bed, maybe a day bed, in the living room with my kids, and it seemed I was trying to have them take a nap. The younger one asked me if that bridge was Golden Gate Bridge. I was surprised and impressed he knew what it looked like since he had never seen it. I said yes, then corrected myself to explain it was a replica. It felt like I was getting mental, even totally asleep and dreaming. The older boy sat up and looked out the sliding door, pointing and said, "That one?" I wasn't looking and I said yes. The next thing I knew, he'd gone out on the lanai, climbed the railing, and jumped to grab some kind of electrical or phone cable that was stretched parallel to the lanai, below an awning or upper balcony or something. He proceeded to swing his legs forward and back, 1,000 feet, I'm guessing, above the bay. I squashed my instinct to shout out in reaction, not wanting to startle him, and wondered how I could get him back and not drop him or hit his face on the railing, since I could only reach his feet. I was hoping he'd somehow land back on the railing. He fell. I went over to the railing to watch him fall into the bay, and then watched him face down in the water for a bit before he started swimming. Throughout all the dream, my perspective was more observing it all happening, which is interesting because of the reactivity or disturbed and distracted energy that was there, I'd say, throughout. Though the situation was extra intense in a sense, I'm not sure the energy was any different before my son jumped over the railing or for the cable. I looked around the bay. I knew my son to be afraid of swimming so far from the shore. Some dolphins were swimming. Bless you. Some dolphins were swimming near the part of Waikiki near the bridge. Others were swimming to join them and past my son, and one even swam under him. I thought of stories I'd heard of friendly and helpful dolphins and believed they might have been trying, in passing, to help him get to the shore. I may have been annoyed that he didn't take the help. There were also some mantis swimming in the bay. I can't say that word. And I wondered if they might help. But I also wondered if they might harm him. They were more on the right side of the bay. And sure enough, my son swam across the bay towards the right. I don't know if any I think it's manta ray swam. Yeah, manta ray swam with him. But I know when he got close to there were manta rays swimming near him, and one bumped into him, which I found alarming, and I couldn't tell if it was meant to be helpful or harmful, but I thought was neither, and just curiosity, but I was still concerned about harm. At this point, my son was very near shore, and a father of a couple of kids was onlooking from his yard, even though it should have been way too far away for either of us to see detail of the other. It was a dream, so we could. I was trying to signal to my son to swim towards the adult and get out of the water. When the dad saw me, he started to take action to help my son out of the water. I made a sign to call me and wondered if he would remember my number, because he actually doesn't know it. But somehow he was brought to me in my building, which segued into another section of dream at a neighbor's apartment. I have the impression when exiting my unit, he was to the left and down. I don't remember much about this section except that he was judgmental, critical, and supercilious. The word came to mind and I had to look it up, and it's perfectly thinking and talking as though superior to others. Maybe he had a beard. I think so, because it was salt and pepper. I think he was criticizing me for the whole situation in the first part of the dream in a group of people. Maybe it was a bunch of neighbors in a recreation area at a gathering. I wondered what it's all about. I'm wondering what it's all about. A couple things that stand out for me are my lack of faith in my son to be able to handle the situation, which turned out to be unfounded, and the undertone of irritability directed towards him, which is something that comes up sometimes on a daily basis in waking life. And throughout the dream, at some level, I was aware of a significant degree of irritation in my physical body from poor food choices the day before, which is a theme for me because I've become sensitive to so many foods, and a beer which turned out to be kind of disgusting, and it is not a theme. It keeps getting better, but then I won't be prepared with food that works for me at a time when I'm hungry, and my basic self is like, hungry, eat now, yes, that. At the moment, it's not seeking too far-fetched to connect the inflammation certain foods lead to a level of irritability I don't want to live with. But I also think it only exacerbates an
So
attitude.
I'm gonna go ahead and interrupt. This is going on too long, and we don't need to go into all the dietary, but plus I don't want to lose because this has gone on so long. Let me just address it. Um, the dream is all about your own inner consciousness. The apartment building is about your consciousness and the different levels. Halfway up is telling me it's probably in the emotional, possible mental area or a combination. And it's showing to me the child represents a part of your basic self, okay? The part of you, the inner child, the basic self, that's like a kid. They don't know fear. They just go and do out of curiosity, out of fun, out of play. And it's the adult self that lays the judgments and the worries and the fears and all that. So even as you're going, like I'm just cutting it off now about all the foods and everything, all of this is relating to your basic self. Your son is an outer reflection. Spirit will always work with our a symbology that speaks to us, especially certain things in our physical life, like what you just said about the Golden Gate Bridge and Waikiki and the dolphins and everything in there. So it all speaks to our consciousness through the symbology. The apartment building being right on the shoreline, that we talk about the sea of life of this world. And for soul liberation, the soul needs to cross the sea of life in this to reach to the spiritual side, okay? So that's showing you the apartment building is your physical consciousness in this creation. And being on the shoreline is also saying that's at the mental level. So to me, it's letting you know right there that because we have to cross from the mind over into the soul. So the Golden Gate Bridge is that bridge. Golden meaning soul. Golden is of the soul. That's the color. Golden Gate Bridge is meaning also that gateway or passageway now across into the soul realm. Okay, so being on this side of it, it's showing you your process. You're going through the basic self with your mind and emotions, and it's playing it all out in there. And even the falling, and this is an important part. This is a really, really good one, um, because it's showing even with that type of fall that normally would kill anybody in real life, right? Well, it showed that the basic self, that your son there, that part of you that is afraid of certain things, that as a parent or an adult, you have your fears, your judgments, your beliefs about things, that it's not true. It's saying a lot of the belief systems you're holding are not true because here he survived and he swam all the way across. So what that's telling me is that there's a lack of belief in yourself and you are actually very capable, not only of survival. This is letting you know on a basic self survival level, you're very capable of survival and going the distance and doing a lot more than you think you can. That's a wonderful thing. That's more of what I'd call an inner experience, not just a dream. And it's really showing you your fears, your judgments, concerns, and the falseness of them. It's demonstrating to you that you're much more capable than you give yourself credit for. That's why dreams and inner experiences are so powerful. They reveal to us more of an inner truth than what we have or see in ourselves. So that's an excellent, excellent thing that'll support you in realizing, wow, you're much more capable and you can do more and go the distance than you think you can. And even when he was back, and then the neighbor in the apartment going down, the critical, judgmental neighbor, that's the other part of you. That's the part that has given you the false belief systems, that has the limitations, that has the judgments and fears that you've laid against yourself. They're all self-judgments, okay? And it's obviously a male part of you. So whatever that male part is, where you learn that criticalness, whether it's from your father or male figures around you or whatever, that's the part it's relating to from where it came from. So if I would also say, good to spend some time doing the LAF work, the LAF workbook, forgiveness meditations, dealing with that part of you that is self-judgmental, critical, fearful, worried, concerned. and know that that inner child, that physical part of your consciousness is very well capable, and you do not need to be concerned. Literally, it's demonstrating to you not to be concerned that your body or your inner child, your that human part of us is much more capable than you give it credit for because of your worries and limiting self-judgments. Okay? So the inner work is forgive that part of you, but also look at this experience and realize what a wonderful thing it's demonstrating to you. And that as you work with this and as you allow yourself to go the distance physically, literally in your physical life, give yourself permission, have belief in yourself. Today's talks are speaking directly to what this dream experience is. Literally, the talks today address that perfectly, especially the one Jim shared about, beautiful, capable, and brilliant. Okay? So take today's talk and come up with 1, 2, or 3 words that would be great for affirmations to support you. What this dream is demonstrating to you, that capability you have at that basic self level, that inner child level, that belief in yourself. It's there. It's demonstrating to you. Even if you don't believe in yourself, it's actually going on, and that's the good news to it. Okay, and in doing it, in following through with this, well, the Golden Gate Bridge is right across the bay there. In other words, it's showing you you're that close to crossing into the soul realm. And if anything, to me, this inner experience is saying that you handle this karma, this bit that's being revealed here, and all the stuff about your food and why I kind of cut it off there. And sorry, Kelsey, if that kind of abruptly, shook you at all, but all that they were sharing about the food and the sensitivities, that's part of the adult that's judging, critical, concerned. That's all that is. That's why we didn't need to go continuing on and on and on about food, okay? That's just letting you know that other part of you that was already judging that inner child basic self. It's just doing the same thing with food, with choices in your lives, what you do, things you think, are not good for you, but then you participate and then you judge it all, just like your dream was sharing with the inner child jumping out onto the high wire, thing. It's like that part of you that you just judge, that part of you that goes and does those things that aren't good for you or that are scary, that could cause harm. Well, that's playing out in that dream experience, and then you played it out talking about food and your sensitivities and all that around that. That's the outer reflection of the inner dynamic that the dream just shared with you. But also, again, I want to say, to me, one of the two most important parts, that inner child's very capable, can go the distance, and did. Give yourself that belief. Believe in yourself, trust in yourself. You'll survive. You're going to be just fine. Swim across that bay. And in doing that, that's your way to soul liberation. Because the way we get liberated is by transforming those beliefs. The truth is, you were capable and able to swim across that, and you survived. The limiting belief is, oh my God, you were going to die. You're a terrible person, all the criticisms. That's all the BS. That's the stuff you can forgive and let go. And as you do, that's where you'll be crossing that Golden Gate Bridge. And this is showing you where those limitations are that you can work with to release, to be able to cross the Golden Gate Bridge for your soul's liberation and entering the soul realm. Okay? Did you add anything more? And one other part. The dolphins, the manta rays, the father that helped at the end, that is also showing you've got the support you need. Part of it is you don't think you have the support. Well, this is demonstrating you've got support all around you. From the animal natural world to the human world, it's showing you've got support literally in the world around you, with other people, with nature. That to me is saying that the world is literally supporting you, not only for your survival, but to help take care of you, for you to be able to keep moving forward, even in your physical life, no matter what challenges you're facing, that you have the support all around you. And so there's the world, like the dolphins, the manta ray, even the things you think are dangerous, like the manta rays or the manatees, depending on which one it was. No, there wasn't a concern. And yeah, you're going to bump up against things, but it didn't stop you, it didn't harm you. Is there support in you? So even the things you're concerned in the world that might harm you, it's showing you, yeah, you might bump up against them, but they're not going to harm you. And it's that fear of something in the world harming you where you hold back from not allowing the world to support you to move forward. Again, whether it's people or animal nature, in other words, natural laws, nature, animals as well as the human animal to support you. So you've got the support all around you, even from strangers or people you know. It's just you allowing yourself to participate with that and let the people in the world around you support you to move forward in life, because that's part of your fear and where you hold yourself back out of that critical part, that you don't allow that support to assist you to move forward, literally, even in your physical life. I think that was the last part I wanted to cover because there was a lot in there. That's part of the reason I wanted to cut off too, not just because of all the food details, but there's so much material in there. I wanted to make sure. Was there anything else, Jim?
No, I think you've covered it.
Okay. Kelsey, you're welcome to continue with it now, though, unless it goes on and on and on and on about the food, then no, don't continue, okay? Why
That
are you
was great.
laughing?
It's a lot. It was a lot for me.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was glad that you cut it, so thank you.
I waited longer than I normally would because in case there was more information that would have been supportive, but that was more than enough. Is there anything more, or was it just more about the food? If there's a little more information that's needed, then I'd be happy to address it, but if there's not, then we'll leave it at that.
Literally, there was one more sentence. Like you cut it
Oh,
right off at the end. So, uh,
I didn't know. I thought it was getting towards the end, but I didn't want to take a chance.
literally, the last sentence is phew. So that was a lot.
No wonder you're laughing. That is pretty funny.
Yes.
It
It's
was a
when they,
lot for all of us.
yeah, it's just when you guys write in really, really long stuff, it is a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot to
Yeah.
read.
And
So,
honestly, we don't need
all the detail.
all of it. We don't need all of that detail. That's the
Yeah.
storyline we shared over the years that um yes, that's part of everybody's life, but we don't need that kind of detail to do the sharing and Q&A here in
Okay.
that. But nonetheless, I actually appreciate it when that happens sometimes because it's a reminder and gives us the information. And of course, it's relatable. And that's why I don't make it wrong, even though it seems like we do sometimes, like today with it being so long. I'm not making it wrong. It's just that storyline's not needed to address the spiritual journey, but it's yet very relatable because it's stuff we all go through. So that's where it's actually nice sometimes hearing information like that.
You ready for the next dream?
Same person?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stay to the dream and know more about the outer.
It's a lot shorter.
Okay. Otherwise, they'll say, let's move on and come back if there's time at the end.
Okay. I don't remember what happened before or after,
I don't
but
need,
there was an old king in a wheelchair. I don't know why, but for some reason I climbed on him and started having sex with him.
oh
It
my
was, I know. I didn't
God.
reread this, by the way. I mean, like, this is the first time I'm reading this.
I'm just having fun today, by the way. So don't take that personally, me making a comment. I'm just being silliest.
I love these ones.
Awesome.
It was intensely pleasurable. For me, I don't know about him. He died as I had an intense orgasm, which I thought was a good thing. Sorry. Don't laugh, Ryan. The king dying. Obviously the organs was good. Maybe she means orgasm. I don't know. I also know he was
Or their
going,
organs, I don't know.
or the organs. Um, I also knew he was going to die anyway. Jim, help.
No, it's fine.
No. Oh God.
Just so you guys understand the laughter, this is also part of the letting go of all the energy from earlier. This is what happens. Often, if it doesn't move in meditation, I find I'll get really silly and laugh like this and joke around. And it's actually letting go of all the energy that might have not released yet from the sharing and meditation earlier. So just so you guys understand, that's why that happens. We're not just laughing at what was written,
No.
but literally it's like a trigger to help move the energy, even though it does sound funny, or at least in the moment.
Okay. I didn't want the other people in the household to know what I'd done, so as to avoid drama and intrigue about whether it was my fault that he died, but also about the potential heir, which I was fairly certain was not a concern and was not a game I was interested in playing. I don't know if it relates, but in my waking life, I typically am more avoidant of sex, and my physical experience in that area has always been challenging, just not very enjoyable. The dream was a bit of a curiosity to me, and I only thought to ask about it when I, a couple days later, listened to a talk in which Brian talks about things dying off, which is exciting.
Mhm.
So that's it for that dream.
Do you want to say anything or you want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
So that's the other part of the laughter. The laughter is also the letting go. Okay, that's the freedom. So you're very correct in what you just, how you interpret that of things dying off or letting go. So whatever the concerns, the fears, the judgments, the whatever it is you've been holding on to around sex, that through this dream, it really was that process of whatever that belief system or emotional or energy or physical, any of the levels, that through that, it's literally a movement of energy for that to release, pun intended, yes, and to complete. That's the death. Okay. And the fact that he was a king and in a wheelchair tells me the wheelchair says this has hindered you or handicapped or held you back. But king also me says that it's been dominating you. It's been something that has probably been big in your consciousness, that has in a sense ruled you, controlled you, dictated to you, whatever judgments, fears, attachments you've had around it has had a real powerful effect on you and has limited you, which to me the wheelchair is about. Okay, so through this action, that whatever, again, the judgments, concerns around sex, that to me this is really a releasing of those energies so that you can be free of them and now move forward and not let those hold you back anymore. That's definitely more of a karmic movement for sure, not just a physically related thing like, your sex life or something. And thank you for not going into your personal sex life like you did your diet. Oh, come on, that was funny. Kelsey,
That was cute.
I thought you would laugh from that.
I mean, I feel bad for laughing in the first place, but it really was just freeing up the energy. So, I just hope this person knows that it's all love and we love her. Yeah.
For real, but
Yeah.
hopefully people been around long enough to see me laugh and joke around and play,
Yeah.
even if it's directly in person, especially like at a retreat or something. So,
Yeah.
and that's the truth. Yes, very well stated. I hope you get the humor and the playfulness here is literally a sign of the freedom. Because I always know when I laugh and get silly like this, it's always because the energy is getting free. And I always experience joy when that happens. And that's how I get silly like this and make the bad jokes. So
Okay. Um, and
good
then,
experience, by the way, very good experience. I will say one last comment because in the earlier meditation, part of the suppressive energy that I did not say specifically, I knew it was around sexual energy and people's fears and judgments around sex or lust and the things people put on it that suppresses the consciousness. That was one of those energies that was causing this pressure that I talked about today in my sharing. So if anything, just this is a great example, the person sharing here of those energies, especially being dominant like a king, that literally have that level of, it feels like we're being controlled by it, which is another way of saying an addiction. Like if we're addicted to something where we feel possessed by it, like we just can't get free of it, that's what these energies feel like and can do in a sense to us. But again, it's by us allowing it. And that's why it takes time to do the inner work to get free of these. So this tells me that whatever this person who wrote in has been doing the inner work to get free of this. And to me, that dream experience is demonstrating that. And that's the really wonderful news, aside from all the laughter and joking around, just so that's clear. That's wonderful, actually. That's a good, again, that's part of those energies that suppress everybody. So it's actually wonderful and exciting, aside from having a good laugh, to hear when somebody's getting free of those energies that will suppress us. And again, just out of our own reactions, judgments, fears. So we're letting them go.
That's
Any
good.
more?
No, that's good.
Okay.
okay, and one more dream. Brian came to visit me at my home. We were in my room. It felt like it would be a visit of some number of days. Jim was also planning to come, but would arrive later. I was a little worried that he wouldn't make it for the trip. They would be staying in my room and sleeping with me in my bed. Next, I remember we were going somewhere. Brian was driving, or maybe we were parked. The top was open. If I'm not mistaken, it was a convertible. Not a sporty one, more like a blue sky classy one. I gave Brian a shoulder massage, which he seemed to enjoy and appreciate. I wrapped my right leg around his waist from behind, and he kind of patted it and looked at it with some interest. It felt a little racy. I knew he was another initiate's boyfriend, and I didn't want to impose myself where someone else had claim or priority or rights above me or some set of words to that effect. That's all I remember.
Another good example of these energies. So to me, the symbology is here. So if, like myself and or Jim showing up in, well, one, in your room, and especially sleeping in the same bed, that demonstrates an intimacy, whether it's sleeping in bed or literally sex or anything like that that's close or considered intimate. That's showing you that you've allowed yourself to become more open and vulnerable and allow that radiant form of the spiritual teacher now to get closer to you. And in other words, it's saying that through your vulnerability, that you're allowing that action of loving now to get closer to you. And that's what we all want to do. Okay. So the bedroom is that intimate space. It's a part of our consciousness that we only allow actions, what we would call more intimate or loving, that we feel more close to, that we would allow to come into that space. So obviously that's a good thing. Okay. And, oh shoot. Oh, the car. So the car also can be symbolic of our physical body or consciousness there. And to me, saying that it's a convertible is saying that you're open here. So that whatever spiritual work you've been doing is that you're open, which obviously is what we want to do. So spirit is free flowing through our consciousness, which is what the wind is if we're driving around in a convertible. So that's also really, really good symbolism. And with me driving the car like that, it's saying that you've surrendered to the spiritual teacher and allowing that radiant form of the Holy Spirit to drive the car. And that's literally what we all want to do, where we finally give up to God. Say, Lord, thy will be done. Let go and let God. That to me is a good symbolism of somebody like yourself who is doing that, is letting the Spirit drive the car. And that's literally just surrendering, saying, okay, God, thy will be done. You drive. And then the massaging, if anything, that's also, to me, in the leg around, is part of that intimacy and closeness of bringing in. But massaging can also be what? Letting go, releasing things. So to me, saying that massaging is helping to release and give up to God. And that could even be like, okay, God, I give you these things, but then if you haven't fully let go, well, massaging like that can help you to fully let go now. That'd be okay. And my guess would be that massaging, because of what you brought up with wrapping the leg around and all your concerns around that, to me, the massaging is symbolic of working out to release those types of judgments and concerns that you talked about with your leg being wrapped around. Okay? So I hope that's clear.
That's
Anything
very
else?
good. No, that's very good.
In other words, those fears and concerns or whatever they are, they're just belief systems. Belief systems hold us back. All we got to do is release them. But you're already doing that because it was in a convertible car. So it's letting you know you're just now releasing these, so now the wind of the Holy Spirit can just carry them away. So the whole thing is just really, this is really good, because I love the opportunity to really share about symbolism and how important it is and how much it really tells us about our journey and what's unfolding for us. So this is a really good example of that. Did I miss anything, Kelsey? I think I covered most of it.
You got all of it.
Okay, awesome.
I mean, and the only part was her feeling like you were the boyfriend of another initiate, and there was her feeling like that person had something above her or had
That
claim of you or whatever.
Well, I did address that, not
Okay.
directly. That's why I said her concerns around that are the belief systems, because all of us have belief systems, like in relationships when we get jealous. It's like a possessiveness. So any karmas we have around relationship, possessiveness, or rights and wrongs, if somebody's in a relationship with somebody else, we shouldn't be trying to get them or be close to them that way. In other words, all of those patterns and belief systems we run in ourselves, that is what I was talking about when I said massaging to let go. To me, in the dream, it's demonstrating that her belief systems around all of that is what she's massaging to release and give up to God, so she gets free of them. And it doesn't matter what those details are. Details don't matter. What matters is that we go through the process of being able to let go of whatever the details. And it's not even about the details, it's about our belief systems about the details. And to me, that's what this is symbolizing, is she's working through that process of releasing all that. In other words, like if she's holding somebody up above her, that means she's making herself less. There's a comparison there. So whatever belief systems that this person has around herself, that she wrote in about this is saying that's one of her belief systems, that she's placed others above herself and has made herself less. So that's part of where the LAF is so important to do, to forgive that and to love oneself and to value oneself just as much or equally as everybody else. Just like there was the king earlier. Well, in this one, she said that other person she put up above herself. So it's saying that she has a tendency to give her power away to more that she sees as above herself, and she makes herself less. So it's important to bring that loving in there and give more self-worth and self-value. And that's where that inner work is so important to do. Does that answer that, Kelsey?
Yeah, I like the detail you just gave. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's great. Okay, dear Kelsey, Jim, and Brian, sometimes lately when I finish meditation, I feel completely spaced out and groggy, like I'm quote unquote stoned. Sometimes it lasts for hours or even the whole day and makes working and making decisions difficult. So much so that I've stopped meditating for the last week or so. Maybe I should just meditate for shorter periods of time so I don't go so deep? Question mark. I'm wondering also if it could be to do with my neurological issues related to migraines. Do you have any thoughts on this? With loving appreciation.
Your turn.
I don't know that it has anything to do with the migraines. Um, it feels as though what we have to do when we're meditating is we're ever stretching our consciousness to a greater and greater expansion. And sometimes that expansion can cause us to feel groggy, disconnected, not capable of really maneuvering in the world so well. And so I would say that if anything, it may be that you might want to split your meditation up, meditate some in the morning, some in the evening, or change your time of meditation if that continues to be a problem. Meditate in the evening more so that then you can go on to sleep and move through that energy, whatever that might be. But I would say don't cut your meditation down because this is an expansion. You're opening up to higher levels, deeper levels, and you don't want to run away from that opening. And it does feel that way. You can feel sleepy, you can feel disconnected, you can have a lot of different experiences as this consciousness expands because you're moving into new territory and having to get familiar with it. And that's what you want to do so that that becomes your new space of being rather than such a smaller space. But I don't think it has to do with the migraines. It doesn't feel that way at all. I think the migraines are a different action with the body, not the soul.
And I find for myself that when I'm groggy like that, I just keep moving forward throughout the day regardless. And if anything, I find myself more relaxed. But if I'm too groggy, I find as I just get going and doing the day, that usually just gets me re-engaged anyway. People call it being grounded or anchored, whatever it is. Just by participating in the day usually does it for me. Other days where I still feel a little bit, that's where I might actually have a little caffeine or something. You know, sometimes you do something of a physical substance like that if it helps to kind of get you more connected and engaged and energetic with whatever you need during the day. It's called be practical is what I'm saying, and try different things. But definitely what Jim said. But if you need more, that's just a couple practical things I found for myself.
Very good.
Can
One
I
other
share
thing you might,
something? Oh,
I was going to say, one other thing you might want to consider is, you know, I don't know if you've seen on the internet or anything about grounding mats or grounding sheets or things like that to help ground us as well. And it really it does have an impact on the health. So you might want to consider something like that. I myself have a mat that I use a lot to kind of ground the body energy. And it's not about consciousness, it's about the body energy and getting it aligned to its natural flow. And so you might want to consider that as well and give it a try and see what might happen with that. What were you going to say, Kelsey?
Well, I was just gonna say, sometimes when I feel that way later in the day, I'll meditate again for 15 minutes and it actually helps to lift it. So it sounds almost counterintuitive, but to meditate again can help lift the fog that maybe coming out of meditation hadn't been totally fulfilled and is just hanging on. And by meditating a little bit more later in the day, it just seems to lift.
That's
Um,
good. I
Yes,
like
that's
that.
great. Thank you for sharing that.
yeah. Okay, next question. Aloha, Jim, Brian, Kelsey, and Tanya. Thank you for the wonderful experience today. Kelsey gave me an assignment last week to list the things that I love about myself, which dovetailed with Jim's talk today really beautifully. One of the things that I love about myself is that when I am teaching, I approach it from outside and above myself, and I'm able to find the method to assist students transform themselves through art. When Jim said, "It's not about me," that is the experience of it. Lately, it has been coming through in curating as well. This has been a truth for 44 years, even before I was on this path. I love that I've helped thousands of people not only find their art, but find themselves. I am leaving this service within the year to pursue another aspect of myself I love. Another thing I love about myself is that when I paint, it comes from my soul. I am educated in it, so my mind and body are also engaged, but my soul has always been in the lead. In this sense, I also related to Jim's talk about people suddenly deciding to become artists because I am leaving teaching art to be an artist. However, when Jim talked about the confidence of the 60-year-old house painter to support himself as an artist, I had never had that confidence. Maybe it was because when I was in college, my father told me I needed to be a teacher to support myself. Maybe it was because even though I have been in shows in galleries and museums and I've been reviewed, I've only sold a handful of the thousands of pieces I have made, and I lose money making art every year. It seems to have always been my life purpose, but I never put it first. I really want to hear, quote, "You are capable, you are brilliant, you are beautiful," end quote. As this transition happens, how do I let go of all the programming and experiences of the past to move forward into the new experience and to believe in myself to do so? The other things I love about myself: I am resilient. I bounce back from disappointment over and over again. I am disciplined and take action. Every morning I get out of bed at 4 or 5 to meditate and exercise and do cry, cryotherapy. And then in parentheses, I do laugh in the cryo tank. And then I take on whatever challenges at work or in life presents themselves. I have been disciplined with all my art as well, practicing it for a lifetime. I am a supportive friend and teacher. I am joyful and enthusiastic. I am funny and often lead with humor. Thank you all for your loving support and for making these meetings possible. Much love.
That's great. That's wonderful.
As far as answering the question in there, that's literally what our talks were about today. And you already gave the answer, just like, you mentioned the beautiful, brilliant, and capable. So there's your answer right there is listen to the talks again if you need to today, but really start working with those words or whatever other words you need and affirmations to start really transforming the old limiting belief systems or negative thinking, however you want to call it, and literally just transforming that inside. That's to me the inner work. I look at the meditation as God's grace and loving, and the self-study is really the inner work, and then the service is part of what we get to share our loving now from doing the meditation and self-study. So this is the self-study part, where now you can put that grace from the meditation to practical use by doing that inner work and the affirmations and of course the LAF, because at the same time we can use the affirmation to transform the negative to positive beliefs. Well, part of that process that assists us in letting go of the old negative beliefs is also obviously where the LAF work comes into play. So really, it's nothing new or different than anything we've been saying. Today's talk was just another really good direct reminder in doing that. So do exactly what we talked about today with all this, in addition to the LAF work and meditation you've been doing. So it's good to hear all that.
Hello, Jim, Brian, Kelsey. At the end of 90 days of writing my truth on October 4th, 2024, I wrote down, quote, "My fears of being alone is slowly disappearing, and I am now working with my fears of dying," end quote. Today after class, my truth is still all about me and not about others, like Jim was saying. Quote, "I am enough by myself and alone," end quote. I am never alone in my life, but I feel alone at times. That truth of I am enough to myself and alone is very hard to live for me because I'm dependent on my kids' help for a health issue that can only be handled with my close family members. Without that weekly, reoccurrent physical help done to my body and that no one else can help me with, my life is in a lot more physical pains. That dependency makes me feel dependent and less than a human being, as I need to ask for weekly help and sometimes many times a week. It is a very scary process each time for me that makes me feel stuck. I've tried to get that same help from outsiders, but was never successful, so I feel stuck with my dependency. Interestingly, my kids have all been extra dependent on me all of their lives, since only one parent was present in my household, and the dependency is still going on up to this day in adulthood. Dependency is for financial help at times, guidance and counseling, and more. I even spent 2 years of my life helping one of my daughters while recovering from drug overdose in adulthood, which was so demanding on me, having to be a full-time caregiver before. Also, when my dad was alive, my biggest fear was having to be a caregiver before he died, which never happened, by the way, as he died young. But the fear of being a caregiver was running me many years ago. I'm saying all those stories as today I would love to be able to disconnect from my dependency and my fear of dependency. I'm open to listen to your counseling. Thank you for your time caring for all of us.
The perfection in relationships like this is they all give us opportunities to work through the karmas. The what you have with your children and what they have with you is the karmic connection. And those karmas are important to really work through. And the way life works is that there's always going to be the setup. It's going to set up the situation, circumstances in order to work those karmas out. Okay? And in this case, the word dependency is a big word there. And there's nothing wrong with dependency, by the way. It's just the judgment or fear we all put on that. The truth is, none of us are independent. Everybody's codependent. That's one of the biggest jokes I think running in this world is people talk about being independent and not being codependent like that's a bad thing. Well, everybody's codependent, believe me. We're trying to build a codependent relationship with God, by the way, if you haven't figured that out on this pathway. There's one of my true bad jokes right there. So, one, it's let go of any judgments around dependency, okay? And to also, this is where acceptance is a big key here, to accept what's present. But in that acceptance, what I found helps is to realize the blessing there. Because if there wasn't a need or a dependency, then there may not be the circumstances for these karmas to get worked out. And if you are on this pathway because you want to get liberated, then you need to get those worked out. Because often we won't independently choose, yes, pun intended there, to work on our karmas. So by default, we've made those choices unconsciously by exactly situations and circumstances like what you're describing. And also, what a wonderful way to give back, right? The way you've helped your children, this is a way for them to also give back to you. That's a service. So part of the lesson here is also now learning to receive. Sometimes when we think we need to be independent is often because there's a lack of self-worth. All right? We don't think we're worthy enough. We don't value ourselves enough that we're important enough for others to help take care of us, to help us out, to assist us in the ways we need. So part of it is really learning to receive and receive with gratitude and realize you're worthy, you're valued. So let others assist you, whether it's your own children or complete strangers. Let that support in, is what I'm saying, because the more you let it in, even if you don't have the value, let it in anyway, because by taking the action, it's going to help you transform these limiting belief systems. And over time, it'll just be more neutral. And when it gets more neutral, that's how you know the karmas are coming to an end. And then either your situation will change and you won't need that assistance anymore, or it's called hasta la vista. Because the karma is fully done and you get liberated, right? Good news either way, whether it's your time to go or your situation just changes and you don't need that assistance like you do right now. Either way, it's all good. It's a matter of changing how we view it and how we perceive it. And again, today's talks are a great way to work with that. Just like Jim shared, beautiful, brilliant, and capable. Well, in this case, maybe other words like worthy, I'm valued, I can be loved, I can be supported. I allow others to serve me and I receive their love. And that's what we want to all do to transform whatever limiting beliefs we have and turn what we could call those negative limiting beliefs into now positive, supportive, and uplifting. I don't want to just say beliefs. That's why in the ILAF workbook we call it statements of truth, because they really acknowledge more of the truth of that loving and the different aspects or characteristics of loving. And so that's what I would say here, is to really work more on, because this is what really is, okay? All of these situations that happen in anybody's lives, including Jim's and mine, literally, those situations are there for a very specific reason, and that's to help us learn the lessons. That's how we get the karmas done. So we want to embrace and engage the opportunities that are there for us rather than keep running our fears and judgments. The fact is, this is what's going on. So you can either dislike it and keep rubbing up against your karma and getting more upset and irritated and more filled with whatever you want to call it and complaining about it, or you can begin to, and when I say you, I don't mean just you, this person who wrote, but all of us can begin to look at these things as opportunities to start to receive and transform those limiting beliefs where we've created separation in ourselves, and realize that any help coming to us is God's loving coming to us. So if you want to receive a greater fullness of God's loving, then let others assist and support you, just like you have done for them. Any more?
Oh, that's well put. That's very important. Very, very important.
Yeah. Anything more with that, Kelsey?
No, it was beautiful.
Awesome. I've seen it to be over and over. I mean, man, over all the last couple, 2.5 decades, between visiting people in the hospitals to bedridden to whatever. I remember one lady in particular, she had a stroke. And so from that point forward, we visited her in the hospital and then helped her get things set up and with her children to help take care of her at home. Where she and I remember a really good talk where she realized, and this is where I learned a lot of this to begin with, was exactly what I just shared now, is that she realized she was always more independent and always had to do for others and wouldn't allow others to do for her. And she now had to. And she realized what a blessing this was to allow others to serve her, to allow others to give to her. And all she had to do was receive and ask for it even. Like where she wasn't able, she needed to ask. So it did that as well. She had to ask as well as now let it in and receive. And it ended up being the biggest blessing for her. And I think she lived, I want to say 2 or 3 more years. And then she died eventually. She was elderly and then she passed away. But during that time when she had the stroke until she did pass, that was the last bit of her karma that she learned to just receive and receive gratefully. And it was just a wonderful blessing. So in the time she left, she definitely went into the soul realm and beyond. She was liberated. I remember that. That's where I first really started learning all of this that I'm sharing right now on this. So please embrace it. Take it on as a wonderful positive action because it actually is. And you'll find the joy and the freedom in it once you start approaching it that way and accepting it that way. And you'll probably, when you do that, because I know you will eventually, when you do that, you'll actually start to experience these waves of loving coming in and gratitude that you've allowed yourself to receive in this way. And it won't matter to you anymore that you need their help. You'll actually be grateful that you're actually getting the help. And hopefully after today hearing this, it'll happen really quick. If not, just keep working it. At some point, it'll transform and you'll literally experience what I'm sharing right now. It's a wonderful thing.
All right. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for the wonderful class today. The sharings about rewriting the inner script are very helpful and provide clarity and simplicity for taking responsibility and choosing into the loving to keep moving forward with the theme of transcendence.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about being still to listen to, receive from, and make space for God. In meditation, the sacred name gives a point of focus for my mind to move to and return to, away from all the thoughts, emotions, imagination, all of the world's stuff. And if something needs attention and keeps coming up, I can use LAF or the 5-step process, give it up to God, or invite God into it.
Mm-hmm.
I am working on making more space to be still and open to God. My meditation and journaling only feels complete when I do this, usually towards the end of meditation, very intentionally after sitting and refocusing for a while.
Nice.
More peace, direction, and clarity come in. But it is often only in a brief burst that often causes a strong emotional response,
Mm-hmm.
and I give the loving back, but it feels very intense. Probably because it's hard for me to feel completely separate from the body, even in meditation. How can I move more into periods of stillness and just being and receiving rather than quick bursts without my mind coming in and filling up the space when I stop actively chanting or doing the LAF. Is this only possible if you do the full 2.5 hours awake every day? Loving and gratitude to you and all you beautiful, capable, brilliant souls.
First thing I would do is that exercise that you just explained that you do at the end of your meditation, do it at the beginning. That is literally what I do almost on a daily basis. Is I will often start my meditations both. I often will listen to a talk. The other thing though is that I will do some type of LAF process to open up and to let go of whatever, like I described today, suppressive energies or anything that's blocking anything. That's how I start my meditation, is to open everything up. Just like that's why we do the guided meditations like we do. It's to open things up, to get focused so that we're now in alignment. So the exercise you described is fantastic, and it's great doing it at the end as well. But I actually do it, I find I do it at the beginning because it opens me up very quickly. And I've learned I can literally shorten it and just say, God, I surrender. In other words, when I say I surrender, that's when I'm letting go of any energies that I do the LAF work on. I've just learned to shorten once you do these things long enough, like the LAF and the drawn out exercises and the workbook, done that a million times, and I'll still do it once in a while, but I've done it so much now, I know how to get there quicker, so I just do it quicker. And quicker to me is usually just, I surrender, God, and often that's literally all I have to do and it opens. But when it doesn't, then I'll do more of the process, but I'll usually do it internally. But I've done it so much so long, I know how to do it internally, and it works almost every time. When it doesn't work, it's usually because there's something that's still ongoing and more yet to unfold for my learning, or whoever I'm working with is most the case. 90% of the time, and 10% is my own. So that's what I do. And I found that sometimes I have a burst. I actually like those bursts because when it releases and all the love that pours in, yes, I'll have an emotional response too. But if you realize that emotional response is because of all the loving pouring in and filling us, those are good emotional responses. So don't get too caught up on the emotional response part. Rather, embrace that emotional response and realize, what are the emotions responding to? And that's what I realized. My emotions, I find, as soon as this door opens, when I surrender, it opens, the loving just pours in me. And then my emotions will respond to that loving pouring in. So it's really more emotions or tears of gratitude. That's what it is for me, at least. And hopefully that's what you're describing. And if that's really truly the case, which more than likely it is, embrace it, enjoy it. That's freaking an awesome burst, right? And as you do it over time, that burst gets smaller and smaller where it's just more of a gentle movement. Okay? And if it's not what I'm saying right now, and it's something else truly emotional, then yes, sure, there can be the emotional karmas, but that's why we have the LAF work and the inner work to do forgiveness and loving and accepting with whatever those emotions are. All I'm saying today is not to judge those emotional responses, but rather to embrace and love those emotional responses. Not to just look at only the emotional component. No, of course not. So if that's what you're saying, then good for you that you're not getting caught up in the emotions, but don't neglect what caused that emotional response. Look at that, because I found it's what's behind that response that is more important for us to look at. What's the cause instead of the symptom, in other words? And there's often where the doorway to what you have yet to learn, or your doorway to gratitude, because if it's truly just a movement of loving you're responding to, well, God, that's what we want all the time, isn't it? So that's what I would say. Other than that, anything more?
No, that's very good. That's excellent.
Well, thank you. I love all these positive affirmations I'm hearing from Jim today. Other than in the beginning when he said he was allergic to me. All right. Well, did that cover it, Kelsey, or is there anything more?
That's great.
Thank you. I'm loving all this positive self-talk today. Seriously, pretty
You're
nice.
amazing.
It is. I love it. I love it. No, I loved what this person was saying. I'm like, oh my God, this is what I do, but I just do it at the beginning of my meditation rather than the end. But I could also see, oh, actually, I do want to say one last thing. The other reason I'd put it at the beginning rather than the end, because at the end, you could be struggling with those energies that have caused the burst. In other words, that burst could come because a door in your consciousness is closed, causing separation. So you could be doing all the chanting and building the loving up, but that door could be causing that loving to build and build, and then when you do the exercise, it bursts open because the loving wasn't moving in your meditation. This is the other reason I do that exercise at the beginning of my meditation, because when I open the door in the beginning, the loving's moving from the very get-go. I said get-go, not gecko. That's why I do that. So that way you've got the loving moving from the very beginning, and then it's not building up because there's some door closed that the loving can't move through until the end of your meditation. So hopefully hearing what I just said now will make sense for the reasoning why I'm saying to do it in the beginning. Try it out and see what your experience
It could make a
is.
big difference.
Big difference. And maybe doing it at the end is the best thing, but you'll know just by experimenting, trying it out. That's what I found for myself, and that's why I do it that way. Thank you. I really got to say, I appreciate and I'm grateful for when people write in questions based on their experience. That gives us something really practical and experiential to work with so there can be a greater depth of understanding. When it's more a mental question, it's more of a theorizing or a philosophy. That doesn't get us anywhere. That just makes the mind spin. When we get questions based on the experiential process the person's doing in life, as well as the dreams, those are all experiential based. That way it's not a mentalizing. And that's the wonderful thing I noticed actually in most all of our questions these days for many years
Yeah.
has been mostly all experientially based, which is fantastic. I mean, that's what we want. So it's based on a real, it becomes real because it's based on real experience, not based on some fantasy or what if type of a thing. So thank you, everybody who has been participating that way, which is pretty much most everybody nowadays for many years. There's my gratitude and acknowledgement for the community at large. You guys are doing great. Good stuff.
Next.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for your sharings today. They always seem to go with my experiences. I had a breakthrough in my meditation this morning that I am a little embarrassed to share because after close to 20 years on this path, I finally reached the place to go to where I can feel true peace, acceptance, and enthusiasm.
Nice.
Yay!
Yeah, is right.
Better now than later, right?
That's for sure.
It started with being drawn to read once again The Knowing of God. And
Ooh.
I kid you not, it felt like I was reading it for the first time.
Hmm.
I took in all that you shared, Jim, and applied it in my active meditation this morning. And wow, wow, wow. Really
That
get
is an
energy.
inspiration to reread those books, right?
Yeah.
Then I went on a jog after feeling like I was jogging on air, so enthusiastic and having such fun. And I noticed this man was walking past me with his bike. He seemed out of place, but we both smiled. ear to ear smile at each other and waved like little kids do. And I said, "Have a great day." And he stopped and had me repeat it and then said back, "Oh, you do the same." I felt so much love that I just started bawling in gratitude. We really are all
That's
connected.
something you do,
And
Kelsey.
yep.
Just I tease Kelsey because she cries a lot, you guys. So the other one who said they do cryotherapy, I'm like, that's what Kelsey does is cryotherapy.
That's why I had to giggle when I read
Yep.
it. So back to this person. I felt so much love that I just started bawling in gratitude. We really all are connected and one with God in loving gratitude for both of you and your service.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is awesome. A big yay. Wow, 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 yay. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. That's the best. I mean, you talk about a testimonial, right? It's all experientially based and inspired by what you read or heard, and then you put it to use so it became your experience. Then it's not about what Jim or Brian said or what Spirit said. It's about, wow, this is my experience. So it is true for me, not a hope or a wish or a prayer. It is true for me because I put it to use and had an experience. And then, of course, we're going to keep continuing those because we want more of those experiences. And that's the whole idea why we take the time to do all this. Why I do it all the time. Believe me, I listen to Jim's talks all the time. Just like today, I take it to heart right in the moment and see how I can apply it and work with it. Regardless of how many times I've heard it in different ways or anything, it's always fresh in every moment, always just here and now, inspired in the moment. And that's the main thing, is it doesn't matter how many times or what we've done in the past, or we think we've been there, done that, don't need to do it again. Spirit is always fresh in the moment, here and now, always new and in the moment, always. No matter how many millions of times we've done anything, it's always brand new right in the moment because each moment is new.
Dear Jim and Brian, I feel like I've been in the midst of a tsunami for the last year. Will this ever end? And if we reflect on the outer, what is going in on the inner? Does this mean that I am doing really badly on my spiritual quest for liberation? Any feedback would be really appreciated. As always, much love to you both and to everyone else at ILM.
It doesn't mean you're doing bad. It means you just learn how to ride the tsunami. Get out your surfboard, get in your boat, do whatever you need to learn how to ride the tsunami.
And there will be an end because there was a beginning, there'll be an end. And so don't live it like it's forever now. Live it as though you're moving through something to get to the end. And the end is where the lesson is learned. So look to see what is the lesson in it, what stirred it into action, what is the lesson in it, and focus more on those things to get it corrected. And it's all about loving yourself, accepting yourself, and forgiving yourself. If we do that, 99% of everything that's going on is about what we have created. So that tsunami is a part of your creation. And so now you want to go back and answer to that by loving it, accepting it, and forgiving it, and forgiving the creator of it, which most likely is you. And that'll help it to come into a closure a lot quicker.
And I'll just add on what Jim was saying. And even if it wasn't created by you, even if it's an outside tsunami, this is what my talk was about earlier. It's still, what do we do with it? So we make those choices. So in other words, if it is an outside tsunami, are we going to be the victim of it and let it crash on us? Or are we going to take responsibility and not go into reaction with it, but rather learn to ride this tsunami? In other words, we can stay in a loving, accepting place and just ride it out. We don't have to go into reaction and become the victim to these things. In truth, we're not the victim, even though everything in this world would say we are. That's the illusion. We're only victim if we choose to react to the outer stimulus. But that's based on our choice. So that means we have the freedom to make a different choice. So look at the choices and make the choice that's always more uplifting and empowering and loving.
Purpose, intention. Dearest Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, Jim, I think your talk was for me. I'm actually 63, and I guess I haven't fully fulfilled my purpose in this world/life. I've known what it's to be since around 30. I've had a lot of work to do to be able to get to the place to actually be of true service to God. I know another amazing life in this life is coming forward and lots is leaving. Part of me thinks my purpose is going home to God. My purpose and my intention has been soul transcendence for so long. I'm just realizing some of that is from my ego, and it's my ego that it's about me. I even heard JR ask me, "What's your intention?" And I didn't really have one. And he said, "It's God." I know I've talked to you both about this before. I'm realizing right now that my ego surrendering has been the thing that has been in the way. I have been working it over the years and made lots of progress. It's happening more and more. I'm learning to be able to just listen to people. I'm able to see all lessons in learning as beautiful and graceful. I'm experiencing greater knowing of whatever I think, believe, or feel has nothing to do with my soul. It takes as long as it takes, doesn't that, Jim? That saying that you said to me just before, that's saying that you said to me before just came up. Brian, I remember you telling me, "God, how can I serve you more?" That has started running through my mind, and so lately, anything you have to share about intention, purpose, or anything else I said, I would really appreciate it. I really thought I didn't have a purpose here, as you would talk, Jim, about our purpose being God as well. I guess there is a purpose in the physical, or why would I be here? Much loving and grace.
We all have a purpose. A lot of times we think a purpose is about something outside of ourselves that we're supposed to do or fulfill. But really, a lot of the purpose that we are here is to learn our lessons. The soul is wanting to learn the lessons that this world has to offer. And if we can do that, we have fulfilled our purpose. But it means then we really need to be paying attention to our own wants and needs and what the world is offering to us and what we are reacting to. Because a lot of times we react to things and it pushes us away from really seeing and understanding the purpose of our life. And so if we can move beyond the reaction and see the events for what they really are, we can begin to understand better who we are and what it is we're here to do. For me, finding the intention and fulfilling the intention has a lot to do with simplicity. Keep things simple in your life. and simplify whatever is in your life to understand it more deeply. Don't compound it, don't put things on it, don't blame it, and that way you'll get more clarity, if you will. You have anything?
The way I've often looked at this, because it's true, in one level, we all have the same purpose, and we can say it's to go home to God and come back into union. And the flip side of that is also those karmic lessons. So we have, a dual purpose in a way, but the thing is, they're two sides of the same coin that lead us all in the same direction. So if we look at it from that perspective of more the physical purpose, or as Jim just said, learning our karmic lessons, well, I have found it doesn't matter what the physical circumstances, situations, or environments are in which we do learn those lessons. And I have found that whatever it is going to be perfect for what we need to do to learn those lessons. Most people will call it, oh, it's a certain career. It's what I do with my life. It's the relationships I'm in. It's those activities. And then they make it about the physical. Well, that's what we're saying not to do. My purpose isn't to do these things. My purpose is to learn the lessons, and I'll learn those lessons by doing these things. Does that make sense? It's not about doing these things. It's in doing these things is how I'll learn my lessons. And in learning my lessons, it helps point me back up to God now, because in learning my lessons, I'm fulfilling the purpose in which God created me and brought me here. So ultimately, we're fulfilling God's purpose, because God created us to be loving and creative, but also in that loving, creative action to experience all these other aspects of God. And so in learning these aspects of God, and in this case, we're learning through our experience of this tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge. So by our experience, we are fulfilling God's purpose of experiencing to come to know all of God's beingness. I found it doesn't matter which way, which perspective, or how. I found each one of those is valid, and they're all pointing in the same direction. And that's why I'm sharing it the way I am, so we don't get confused and make it, well, my purpose is just going home to God, or my purpose is a certain action in the world, or my purpose is fulfilling my karmas. It is all of that. It doesn't matter how you describe it or what you think. It just doesn't matter. What matters is the truth of the actual process, the truth of all of it, because it's all valid, it's all true. And we're going to experience it from these different perspectives, because each perspective helps to fulfill all of it. From my perspective, your perspective, God's perspective. There you go. We all have a Trinity purpose. So just don't make it about the outer. Like, my purpose isn't to be a minister. People could have interpreted it that way, the way Jim said that. Right? Even God said to minister to people. Well, Jim interpreted it as to be a minister. And then he found out, nope, it wasn't to be a minister. It was to minister to, not to be a minister. So in other words, it wasn't about the physical action, it was about the inner action, and this is how he chose to do it. Instead of being a Catholic priest, he's an ILM minister, or a spiritual teacher, or just an awakened soul. See, it doesn't matter how you label it, still the same process, still the same action, still the same experience. That's the point I'm trying to get at. So we don't get hung up on things, but to really realize the greater truth that everything in life is moving us forward for all the same purpose, or call it purposes if you want. Have fun with it, play with it, don't get hung up on it. utilize it to support yourself at any time, anywhere you need to. Because then it points you in the right direction. It's like a positive affirmation. It uplifts you, it supports you, all to fulfill from every perspective.
Did that pretty well cover it, Kelsey?
Yeah, I'm just taking it in. Like, wow, that was really good.
It is. This is why I love Q&A, and thanks for saying that, Kelsey, because it gives us the opportunity to keep, even if it were the same question over and over, every time these questions show up, it gives us more opportunities to give a different perspective so it gets fulfilled by all the perspectives. And that's exactly what I was trying to say today. So I'm glad you literally said what you just said and took your time to respond.
Yeah, it hit me really hard. What I heard was the being is the purpose.
Yes.
And then
Awesome.
the doing is just the being in action to be in the being, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's it.
Exactly.
So that's
And
what I heard, and it hit so deeply. I just like I had to pause. I couldn't flip to the next one quite yet.
and if you realize that, and when I say you, I mean everybody. If we realize what you just said, Kelsey, then we'll also realize at some point it doesn't matter what we're doing or how we get there. What matters is that we get there. And whatever avenue or expression is going to get us to that place of beingness is what most important to each of us. That's why it doesn't matter what way we get there. What matters is we get there. It's, in other words, it's the mountaintop. How do we get to the mountaintop? Anywhere 360 degrees around the base of the mountain. So if you have 360 people, each one is 1 degree of how they get to the mountaintop. It's all the same destination called the beingness, but each one's going to take a different path and have a different experience on their way to that beingness. That's why it doesn't matter what career we have, what relationships we're in, what we do in life, because it's all going to lead us to that same place. Because it's about the inner, not the outer action.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love it when you give your input like that.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Now I'm getting the positive feedback.
That's right. You're beautiful, brilliant, and capable. 3 good words today, by the way.
Such good words.
I think they could apply to all of us in one way.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so next one. Dream. I've been having lots of dreams lately and asking for answers before I sleep. A few days ago, I had a really interesting one that I want to share. I'm up in a rainy hillside neighborhood, looks like Koke on Kauai. I came across this home that was in disarray, yet had all the things I needed to keep warm and safe for a night's rest. So I decide to enter and go to sleep in a bedroom. I'm surrounded by chaos and people coming and going in the house. The room I'm in is dirty and unkept, yet I'm there in neutrality and observing that I'm here and feeling safe and grateful to get rest. I feel the bed shake and felt my deceased cat, Ima, there deciding to snuggle me as she has returned purring and being her sweet self. I'm elated and weirded out as to try to understand why I'm here. All of a sudden, the phone by the bed rings and a male voice calmly says, "I'm so proud of you. You have done well. You have nothing to fear. You now are free of your fears. I get up to gather my things in question of what's going on and seeing in the ceiling that there is a camera watching me. As I say, God, have you been watching me this whole time? With peace in my heart, I leave the house through the back door, and there's this beautiful, vibrant, radiating woman standing there with my sister or a dear friend, and she says, hello, that they are going to walk this way forward. And I say clearly and ask, may I go with you guys? They welcome me with happiness and joy, and I join them in awe. The end. Grateful for your interpretation.
And we live happily ever after.
Right.
Start this time?
No, go ahead. No, you do a good job. I like hearing what you say.
I forgot, though. She might have to repeat it. All right, all right. So I'm going to try to, let me just sum it up first. To me, this is saying that you've come to the place now where you realize it doesn't matter the chaos of the world at large or in your own personal situations or right in your own consciousness. It doesn't matter the chaos of the world, no matter what level it's at or where it's at, that you have learned to really live in the peace of your soul, no matter what your experience or what's going on in your life. And in doing so, there's the acknowledgement. That's what that voice was giving you the acknowledgement for, because you've learned to live more in your soul and not caught up in the chaos of the world or your thoughts or the situations and circumstances in your life around you. That's what we're all attempting to do, is to come to that place of peace and neutrality, regardless of anything to do in the world. The way I experienced that, I remember years ago when I was literally out of body and I was in this huge room and I was the size of literally just a little green pea, just the size, and I was suspended in the very center of the room, and all around me, below me, below me, that means below and above me, to side, everywhere, and I was in the very center, and I was just this little pea, and it was chaos everywhere. But I was so focused just into my own beingness, I was at total peace and neutrality, and just was observing the chaos everywhere, but I wasn't projecting or getting caught up in any of it. I was just living in my beingness and was at total peace, and I could be in the midst of the chaos and everything was okay. So that's kind of my summary of it all. I don't remember all the details and symbology that I know I often go into, but in this case, I'd say that ultimate summary is really the main message here. What would you have to share with that?
No, that's good. I think that it's just saying very simply, you've gotten to that point that you've been striving for, which is the peace, where you are still, even in the midst of a storm. You are quiet inside, and that quiet is what you step into every step you take because you're carrying that with you. So live in that now. That's a wonderful place to be, and just continue choosing into that and do your meditations because that is the source by which this is all taking place.
Unless, Kelsey, you think it would help to address any of the symbology in there, because I know there's different components, I'd be happy to do that, but that's kind of really the main message, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you summed it up. I mean, Maybe the cat,
I knew you would
symbolically.
ask. I was waiting for Kelsey and the cat. Waiting for Kelsey and the cat.
The cat snuggling her.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Here's your answer, Kelsey. What would that be for you?
the feminine aspect, just the loving,
Yeah, and what is
the
what is
receiving, the receiving of the loving, and what does Alma represent for
yeah,
me?
yeah, how do you feel with Alma when, you've had inner experiences with her, let alone when she was physically here?
Yeah,
What does that stir in you?
nurturing, um, loving,
Loving joy, that childlike
joy. Yeah,
nature.
it's like my little girl just like
Exactly.
smiles and feels so love and playful, and it just answers that basic self, little girl part of me. Um,
Exactly.
the sweetness, the cuteness, the preciousness,
Hmm.
all of that.
The furry little purr ball.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you, because that's to me the same thing this person, kind of the same answer as what you just gave.
Yeah.
In other words, it's saying you can have that experience in and amongst all the chaos and noise and everything else going on.
Yeah.
That's where symbology is really pretty cool.
Very.
Hmm. I love it. Spirit, it's just amazing how spirit will use the symbols that really will speak to our consciousness. Even if on a level like conscious level here mentally, even if we don't understand it with our logical, brain, unconsciously it makes total sense.
Mm.
That's why when we try to share about symbology here, we're just trying to help connect it to make sense to the logical mind. Because I know if you can connect it that way, it helps open that door so you access through the unconscious, illogical mind. In other words, I don't care if you call it left, right brain or intuitive and this and linear, it doesn't matter. It's all connecting so you open up to spirit. Me, myself, and I. It's really literally, it's all about connecting and aligning so we just open up to that flow of loving and grace. It's what it's all about, regardless of how we call it or the process. Is there any more besides the kitty cat?
No, I'm just blissing out right now. It's like-
I knew it'd be the cat.
it's been the last couple Q and things.
Uh,
It's just getting more and more blissful, the movement. But thank you. That's great. Okay, moving on. Capable. Beautiful sharings as always. Recently, I have been sorting through some of my very old journals in preparation for my move back to Austin. My service here is done, and I look forward to being with everyone again. In one of the writings, I found two statements that surprised me because of their clarity. One said I had an innate sense of good timing, and the other was I was a visionary at the core of my being. After Jim's talk today, I think I have the courage to trust these gifts and go forward, letting them knowingly unfold in my life. Loved the mini meditation, and my arthritic knee is also grateful. I was wondering who that was. Lots of loving to all.
well, thank you. That's nice to hear.
Very. It'd be nice to have you back.
Whoever you are will be anonymously surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, a brief visualization during today's meditation. Hello there, y'all. Thank you so very much for the fabulous talks and meditation today. I've been traveling for work the last couple of months and have missed the last couple of ILM gatherings. So, I'm deeply grateful to be back at home and able to join today's wonderful teachings. Thank you. Not too much to say other than as soon as the meditation began, my whole body had so much energy running through it. I thought I was going to lift off. My stomach started gurgling. Energy was pouring down and through and out my feet, which lasted a good 5 minutes until a deep peace and calm came in. The only question I have is about the very brief visualization I had once I shifted into a deep peace. The area at the third eye seemed to open up in front of me, and it turned into a vast and open landscape filled with light colored boulders all around. With it came the most beautiful sense of spaciousness. I then found myself sitting on the ground of this landscape, and the next thing, a huge vat filled with coins was perched on one of the boulders above. A huge stream of silver coins poured down all over me for the longest time. They weren't money coins per se, just silver coins that weren't heavy or noisy, nor did they hurt when they landed. I just felt really serene and good as this steady stream of coins poured all over me. Thank you again for all that you do. It is so delicious to be back with you today.
Well, a lot of that's about God's bounty. It's not so much about abundance money wise, but it's about abundance of the bounty of God and the great richness of God. And I think it's stating that you have really now opened up to really receive the gifts of God that He wants to give you. And you have no qualifications on it. You're just allowing it to come forward and move through you. And that's the key to gifts, is to let it move through you, not just try to hold on to it. Because if you try to hold on to it, it tightens everything down and it keeps it from really flowing. But when you let it move through you to wherever it's going beyond you, then it really continues to flow. So that's a very good experience.
And I would say it also definitely adds to your self-value or self-worth. So if you've been working through any lessons about self-value and self-worth, I'd say those lessons are paying off from the inner work you've been doing.
That's good. It's very good.
You taught me well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you and dream. Hello, beautiful Kelsey, Brian, and Jim. Thank you for today's sharings, meditations, and laughter. Last night before bed, I listened to an ILM CD on manifesting created in 2014. Jim's talk today felt like a continuation on the theme of, quote, letting go of negative beliefs and using positive affirmations to expand into greater service, end of quote. Both the CD and the sharings today feel so supportive at a time when I'm moving into a completely different act of service in the world. The more that I realize it is not about me, the easier it is to move forward knowing that Spirit is in charge. Thank you. Dream clip.
Love that.
Yeah. So here's the dream clip. This was right before waking and the only thing I remember. There was a black bear in a bright white house. I took a white towel or large sheet and covered the bear with it. I remember thinking, well, I might get bitten, but there was no fear. And then I pushed the bear out the front door. That's it. It stayed with me for a few weeks. I'd love to hear your input. Peace, love, love.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, that says that the bear represents some there was some big fear you had running, and being in your house in your consciousness and putting a white blanket or covering it is saying to me that you've been blessing it, you've been doing the inner work, bringing spirit into it, and that you've brought enough spirit into it now that it's empowered you enough to now that action of spirit and loving was able to now carry that karma off. In other words, leaving the front door, meaning coming up out of your consciousness now, so that spirit cleared it out. This is a good, to me, a good symbology of when we do the inner work and let spirit in, and it empowers us. And then through our actions of taking responsibility, of utilizing the loving that is within us and who we are as God supports us, and how it, by doing that, it actually moves these things out of our consciousness. And the nice thing is that because it was a movement of spirit, because on one level you could say, oh, look, the person covered it up. Well, no, you didn't cover it up. You did cover it with loving, and then that loving now helped move it out the door. And that's exactly what we mean about doing the LAF. It doesn't matter what the fear is, what the judgment, the details don't matter, how it appears symbolically, like in this case, a bear. It matters to do the inner work, and it's the loving that's going to move these energies, not what we think or how we feel or fantasize about it, but by the loving itself. And, it's funny because the Holy Spirit's often been referred to as the Holy Comforter or the blanket, or as a robe, or it's come in many ways, that it's a covering. The Holy Spirit as a covering. And to me, this is like that. It's a covering, and that's what the white represented, to move these things out of our consciousness so we get liberated. And to me, that's exactly what that was. So whatever the bear represented doesn't really matter. What matters is that it was now moved out of your consciousness through the action of spirit. And that also means you fulfilled and are done with whatever the lesson was around all of that, regardless of what it was.
That's good. That's a good movement.
That is.
Okay, the knowing of God. Hello to all. I send my loving and my gratitude. Two things to share. Despite my regular meditation, for the last several months, I have been surrounded by and impacted by the chaos that the energy in our world is holding these days. So, as usual, I would seek peace by being in nature. And to find peace, I have been listening over and over and over again to Jim and Brian's talk at an initiate meeting this year. Jim talks about that moment when our lower selves align with our soul, and all of a sudden, everything flips. All that is lower, emotions, physical, mental, becomes curious and consumed with wanting to know the truth that resides higher. It actually begins to assist me in looking above. I have no words to describe it, but the lower world loses its power and begins to fall away. I am all consumed by seeking the truth that awaits above. I guess this is just encouragement for all of us that struggle and yearn to learn and to move higher. Just encouragement to keep working, to keep striving. The peace and the knowing will come. And also, many thanks to the person describing the wisdom held in Jim's book, The Knowing of God. I just walked into the other room and picked it up again to reread. And then, by the way, don't have a cat, but love my dog. My loving and gratitude to all. Aw, thank you, Kelsey. Sweet.
That's so great. That is wonderful.
Dogs, cats, Knowing of God book, Love and Loving, Staff of the Shepherd.
I would have to agree. The knowing of God, when I read that book, I was like, I just found the Bible. Like, I don't have to read the Bible. This is my Bible. It's short, it's sweet, it says everything. So, plug for the knowing of God. It is an extraordinary experience reading that book.
And it gave enough Bible verses, all that we needed anyway.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of good references to Jesus and his teachings. Shall I move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Aloha again. So now I'm moving to people that have already written in and we're double downing. Aloha again. Or hola again. However you read it. During the first meditation today, a question came to me. I've been working with Brian's statement, when you feel stuck inside, take outer action. When you feel stuck outside, take inner action. I've often felt stuck outside, and meditating more has been helpful. I still often feel stuck outside, and while I'm pretty sure my meditation would be helpful, or I'm pretty sure more meditation would be helpful, I feel I need some clarity on being stuck outside. Specifically, when I move to take outer action, I often counter feelings of resistance and go into avoidance. Sometimes I can force myself into practical outer actions, and sometimes the energy moves and I feel good about what I've accomplished. Other times, the amount of resistance gets the better of me. Brian's talk today is so relevant to me, where I have often let heavy thoughts, feelings, etc. keep me down. So, with the resistance and avoidance, is that outer stuckness or inner stuckness? When I hit that resistance inside, should I buckle down and work on things I've been avoiding or sit down and meditate? Ironically, other times I'm planning to meditate and find myself caught up in doing all sorts of practical things that eventually need to get done. Shoot, maybe I just need to spend most of my time doing one or the other, being somewhat backed up with both.
All the above, literally, all of it is important to do because they all work together. And this is where I love it. If you want to call it a simple Trinity action, you've got yourself, God, and others. You've got inside, outside, and God. There's always this process, okay? And so that means we need to engage the whole process from each perspective. And I often find that I need to do all of that in order for it to all work in unison. So, having said that, there's multiple perspectives we can address with what you're sharing here. One, and this is why the self-study is important, because I also heard words in there that sometimes it seems like maybe you're trying to push your way through. To me, that's saying there's a willfulness. That's the ego trying to control things. If that's what you find yourself doing, that you're trying to make things happen the way you want them to, called control, my will be done, that's where it's important to take a step back and see what are you doing in the situations, okay? Because I have found that when there's outer situations that aren't going the way I want, and the resistance I get is often because somebody else in the situation is trying to do differently than what I'm trying to do. They want it their way, I want it my way, and so on and so forth, right? If it's that type of resistance, that's where we need to take a step back and get a greater perspective. And not only to realize, hey, why am I trying to get my way? Why not take a step back and look at other ways or other perspective? Because in doing that, you might discover there could be something better or greater or more on track, is another way of saying it, than what we thought. How can that look practically? Asking questions, listening, being more patient, taking your time. Okay? If it's an inner resistance, yes, that can be an avoidance. So in the outer circumstances, if you're in reaction, yeah, most of us want to avoid the reactions because it's uncomfortable, it's disturbing. We don't want to take responsibility. We'd rather blame and complain. We'd rather be upset and avoid because we're not getting it the way we want it. That's definitely got to be handled inside. That's all inner work on that one. That's all LAF work for those situations. For everything's LAF work, honestly, as well as giving it up to God. It's always all of that. Because if we do all that, it's going to help open things inside of us to one, let go of our willfulness and ego attachments, as well as free us up for the greater liberation action side. And anytime we do that, the outer situations are always going to shift and change to reflect that as well. Because if we're in an argument and we give up our positioning, all of a sudden there's no more argument. And then whatever the resistance and the argument was creating a stagnation or feeling stuck, well, once you let go of your inner resistance, the energy starts moving, and guess what? Then the outer situation changes because there's no more stuck energy inside of yourself trying to control it or be the way you think it should be, and vice versa, or the other person. Okay, so we need to look at all these perspectives and be willing to surrender and give up. That's the big one. Give it all up to God. Be willing to surrender to God. Say, okay, Lord, thy way be done. And maybe it means I need to give up my positioning and literally do it some other way. Let it be done the other way somebody else is suggesting, or maybe it's a combination of your way and their way. But there's got to be some level of openness to allow that to happen. It's funny, Kelsey, because right now I feel this question is almost a setup for part of what we're going to do in the Hawaii retreat. Because in the Hawaii retreat, part of the theme is going to be around not only the LAF work, but communion in action and how to work the inner and outer processes. Just to give you guys a little heads up, plant a few seeds that we're trying to take the inner work and also work with some of the practical ways of how to utilize that in our day-to-day life. So that to me is what this part of what this is dealing with. Is there anything you want to add?
No, that's very good. That was clear.
I know there was something else I wanted to address, but I can't remember what the detail was. Is there anything more you can share, Kelsey, on that?
No. I
Could
mean,
you
I like,
go
yeah,
ahead?
go. No, go.
No, I might need to hear some of it again, just like kind of core pieces or something, not necessarily the whole storyline.
Well, it starts with your statement. When you feel stuck inside, take outer action. When you feel stuck outside, take inner action. So that's
Yeah.
the core of it. And the um, counter feelings of resistance and going into avoidance, forcing oneself into practical outer actions. Other times, it's all about the resistance and avoidance of the outer stuckness and the inner stuckness. And what does this person do? Sit down and meditate or do the outer action?
Yeah, it's definitely all the above, like I said.
Yeah.
It just seems like there was one other little perspective I wanted to say, but it's just
I
not there.
mean, it ends by saying, I just need to spend most of my time doing one or the other, being somewhat backed up with both.
Well, I mean, it can't hurt to spend more time on one or the other just so you do it more thoroughly, for sure, but ultimately it's going to be all of it.
Yeah. I mean, I liked when you kind of started talking about the communion in action piece that we're going to be doing at retreat, because that breaks up the stuckness.
Yeah. As part of the communion in action, it's just like in meditation, we share our love with God and we receive God's love. So we want to do in the same in the world, love your neighbor as yourself. Communion in action then is about sharing and communicating with others openly, honestly, vulnerably, and listening and asking others to share with us openly, honestly, and vulnerably. If we're willing to do that, it's going to all work out. Most people just hold back out of fear of hurting the other person or being hurt. That's where the avoidance comes from. And anytime we avoid, creates separation and the energy backs up, inwardly and outwardly. Very simple. That's what everybody does. That's what's going on all the time. So I found it's literally just a matter of taking the action, both inwardly with ourselves, with God, as well as outwardly in our communications with other people. We've got to be willing to listen and even ask for feedback if we need to. At least ask and give value to and honor another person's perspective so you don't discount or dishonor them, but you want to do the same for yourself. You don't want to discount or dishonor yourself. But that which you give to yourself, you want to give to others as well. And if we don't do that, it's always going to create a backup of energy and a separation. And that's where the karmic lessons are, by the way. That's really how easy this is whatever can make the energy flow is where the grace will come in and the lessons will be smooth and easy. It's when we don't do that, the karmic lessons are hard, we struggle, we try to avoid, and that's what causes distress. But if we would practice these ways of communion in action, it starts to smooth out and gets easier. And if we really do that, we find that even our physical lives can get much easier and actually be a lot more enjoyable. Even if we have to have conversations that are usually uncomfortable, we find those get a lot easier just because we're willing to have them and willing to do them from that proper perspective of loving, accepting, and forgiving. Is there many other emails yet?
Two more.
Okay.
Three actually. And somebody's new. We could do the new one.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move on. I can still feel there's something hanging in there, but it'll probably get answered from the others, and we gave the main information anyway.
Yeah. And the communion in action with self, right? So not avoiding
Hmm.
or resisting the inner process with yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Receiving the loving. Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Everything you all have shared today applies to me. Brian, a few months ago, you worked with me on forgiving myself for holding on to years of hurt. It was a light bulb experience and has been profoundly freeing applying it. I have been working layers of this lesson. Through various life experiences, it was revealed to me the ways I do this to myself and how I'm hurting myself each time I take in anything outside of myself as something to hurt me, and how holding on to it prevents me from being aware of receiving God's receiving loving from God, from myself, and from others. I have put weight on the acceptance or judgment of others, yet I have feared being vulnerable to receive their love that I want. It's been frightening and risky to be that open. It seems like it's easier for me to give loving than to receive it. During today's meditation, I put this before God's feet again, And at that moment, receiving God's loving felt like a wave was breaking open my chest, throat, and head from the inside. And all this stuff felt like it was bursting out of me. And
Nice.
I then saw how I can let God's loving into me, through me, and my actions with myself, and how to focus on receiving the loving of God through others, looking and approaching through the soul instead of the personality, thus receiving God's loving through them in the midst of the experiences, regardless of what it looks like out there in the world. This will take some practice and getting used to, laugh out loud, as it's so different. I hope this is on the right track. Any comments are welcome. With much loving and gratitude.
Definitely on the right track.
Yeah, definitely.
I say that's just a really nice sharing. Thank you. Well done.
You're doing the work. That's the main thing. The inner and the outer.
And if you haven't actually been doing that, but that's just your mental clarity, that's excellent clarity. And now just follow through with it for sure. And keep following through over and over. The more we do any of this, one, the easier it gets, but also the greater the understanding and the better we get at it. That's why it's worth doing it over and over and just keep building on it, and then it'll expand and expand. The cool thing is when this expands, that expansion is actually our consciousness now getting freer and freer and waking more up to our oneness with God. Which is why I say you've got to work all the perspective, yourself, others, and God. You work all of it because God's in all of it. So you've got to take all the different perspectives so you wake up to the God that is in all of it. That is the goal here, by the way. The goal is God, God in all things.
Symbols. I've been seeing a lot of people from my past in my grandparents' kitchen. Lots of messes and cleaning up, ex-husbands and their parents or siblings. Also people from old jobs in childhood. Symbols, question mark. I think she's asking, or is there symbology to seeing all this?
Oh, yeah. That symbology is saying these are all the old, in a sense, the symbols of the sources of the lessons. And if all these are showing up regularly, to me, it's showing that that this person is really learning the lessons because they're seeing really more the source from which all these lessons came, especially when you say parents and grandparents. One, they're saying that the lessons are older and they're acknowledging from where they're coming from. It can be both or either or. Because it can be symbolic of grandparents, as in it's just an older lesson that's now getting fulfilled and why they're having that symbology show up, and or it's because it's showing that was the source from which the karma came, as well as that it's from long ago. Either way, in a way, it doesn't matter. It's still showing all the symbology there that these things are getting completed now. And that's why often we'll have these dreams or inner experiences as these energies are getting freed up and fulfilled.
That's wonderful.
Also, this huge, beautiful garden is now growing in their backyard. The vegetables are larger and more vibrant than in the physical. They are growing higher than the garage roof. What's the symbology of that?
Bounty. To me, it means that your consciousness is opening up to the greater bounty of God, and you're seeing things in that greatness of bounty, and not just witnessing things withering and whatever. You're seeing the abundance, and so I would just say, continue being open to God's abundance, His bounty, His prosperity, and partake of it.
And the last Q&A for the day. Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, if we're low on time, we're getting to it. Okay. Sorry, let me start again. Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I had a dream that I was on an airplane flight more amazing than any plane flight I've ever been on before. We stopped at a beautiful floating island amongst the clouds with the sky mostly clear above, and we seemed closer to the sun. Trees were growing. I walked down a path to a house where the dynamic with my dad trying to isolate, take from, and control me. My stepmom and my little sisters was, as soon as the energy was present, many people came to help and alleviate the energy filling the house. I announced that my dad was mean to us as kids, and it seemed shocking to say, but the last of the energy dropped. I went to play with dragon figurines with a young boy, but he wanted them to be soldiers in the dark castle rather than create families and homes for them like I wanted. My dad started playing dragons with my youngest sister with the same dynamic that started in the house, and I knew that it was not in my power to change that. I left the house and walked down a small forest path with sun shining through, and my sister, who also chose to leave this dynamic, was walking towards me on the other side. This dream seems very clearly reflect, if not literally, how my life events and progress in spirit are unfolding. Let me know if anything stands out to you. Much loving and gratitude.
Yeah, that's really good, and I'm glad to hear you have a level of understanding with that. And if anything, the way you describe the plane ride is saying that that's really the vehicle of spirit carrying you higher, and literally the island in the sky like that, the floating island. So it's just like one little area in your consciousness or in the realms of spirit as you're flying towards the soul realm. Because the sun represents the soul, and the plane is the Holy Spirit that is carrying you there. And this floating island is just what you described there. It's like a belief system or a thought or where that karma was in the mind where it started. And so by going there and through that, you're seeing now where those beliefs or where the karmic seed was created, in the fact that you're now done with that. You're like, you chose not to do that anymore, but yet you're allowing the others the freedom to just go ahead and do what they're going to do because their actions were representing, what goes on in the world, but you're choosing to let that go and now be free of that. That's truly a spiritual dream experience, no question, as an action of spirit and literally going through like a thought cloud, so to speak, that island of a karmic bubble. And now that stopover was literally showing you and finishing up the karma. Very clear that you now are really stepping free of that karma by choosing to let go of all that you were caught up in and had been living till that point, and now stepping away. And the sister literally could be a literal, like is choosing to step away from that as well. And or it could represent a part of you, which, most likely is, but it could be relating to her as well, but most likely a part of you that symbolize also being caught up in that karma is also now getting free of it. So regardless if it was a part of you or actually your sister, it's still the same result of getting freedom. So that's just a really good, clear experience of a true spiritual dynamic taking place.
Very much.
What more would you add?
No, I would just say that that's really a direct experience showing you transformation is taking place. And just keep doing what you're doing because it's working.
Amen to that. That's a good one. Was there more to it, Kelsey, or That was it. We covered it.
Yeah, you covered it.
Could you do me a favor in that one I said I felt like something was still hanging out? Could you just actually go and reread it again? So at least I can get that answered for myself.
Sure. Give me a second. I filed it already.
Okay. I don't like leaving incompletions and I feel incomplete with it.
Okay, you're gonna hear an ambulance in the background, but here goes. Um, all right. During the first meditation today, a question came to me. I've been working with Brian's statement, when you feel stuck inside, take outer action. When you feel stuck outside, take inner action. I have often felt stuck outside, and meditating more has been helpful. I still often feel stuck outside, and while I'm pretty sure more meditation would be helpful, I feel I need some clarity on being stuck outside. Specifically, when I move to take outer action, I often counter feelings of resistance and going into avoidance. Sometimes I can force myself into practical outer actions, and sometimes the energy moves and I feel good about what I've accomplished. Other times, the amount of resistance gets the better of me. Brian's talk today is so relevant to me, where I have often let heavy thoughts, feelings, etc. keep me down. So, with the resistance and avoidance, is that outer stuckness or inner stuckness? When I hit that resistance inside, should I buckle down and work on things I've been avoiding, or sit down and meditate? Ironically, other times I'm planning to meditate and find myself caught up in doing all sorts of practical things that eventually need to get done. Shoot, maybe I just need to spend most of my time doing one or the other, being somewhat backed up with both.
Okay. No, we did answer it. Actually, everything you said actually did answer all of it. So that's good. So a lot of it was that the part I wanted to make sure was that part of the person has a level of aggression, and that's that willfulness. So that's the part where you're learning is that whatever that is inside of you that feels like if you've got to double down to like push through it, that's usually a willfulness where there's a karmic lesson that it's kind of an aggressive behavior that's where the learning opportunity is of where to discover how to do something differently. And I already kind of addressed that in where I talked about um, asking and for others to share and listening to others. You've got to really create a two-way street for yourself and other people as well as yourself and God. So it's both the inner and the outer. It's not either or, it's and. And do all of that. And somewhere in there with other people and with God, it's going to work itself out and it'll all start moving the inner, the outer, outer, inner. And that's what we want anyway. They all work together anyway, and that's why we have certain people and physical situations, circumstances that show up in our lives, because those are the opportunities that by which we can move through the karmic lessons. And so this is about getting free of our karma, fulfilling the lessons, learning. It's not about getting our way or surrendering to let somebody else get their way. That's the world. That spirituality has nothing to do with that. It's about learning the lessons in these opportunities that show up in our lives, and in learning the lessons, we get our freedom. That's what this is about, not about getting our way or somebody else getting their way, about winning and losing, not that at all. It's not even about making things work in the world. It's about fulfilling the learning. When we do that, things just start to move and they work out, no matter what it looks like. That working out can be worked out in many different ways. It's not about getting things worked out. It's about learning the lessons and getting free of whatever the dynamics are that cause resistance or tension or separation. And that's what you want to go for in these situations, not about doubling down, unless you're avoiding. If you're avoiding and you mean doubling down, like now taking all the actions you need to be responsible, Well, that's not doubling down then. That's just really doing everything you need to handle.
Also, I would say it's not one or the other. Continue doing your meditation, but then take care of the outer as well. If you are doing a meditation, every time you sit down to meditate, you're allowing the grace of the Holy Spirit into your life. And that grace will go forward and assist in clearing a lot of this without you having to put so much effort into it. And so that's very important because the grace is there to help you liberate your soul. And to do that, it's got to help you to move these things that stand between you and God so that you truly are free to go home. So don't give up meditation to take care of the world, because then it's your struggle, it's your effort. But if you bring meditation forward into that, then the grace will do a lot of the work for you, and you'll find it'll happen very quickly.
Amen.
Amen.
All right. We all said, Kelsey, or is there any other little?
All set.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That was a wonderful afternoon, wonderful sharings and questions, and we're all moving forward. I can tell, I feel it. Just hearing those words tells me we're all walking in the same direction.
Another amen.
Amen. Yeah.